Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Activate Ressurection Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku dear, Inko had called from the front door, already slipping on her shoes as she waited for her son. It wasn't long before he came running out, a smile on his face, and an all-might toy in hand. His messy curls that he got from his father bounced non-stop with him, as Izuku vibrated where he stood. Inko laughed at her son's excitement, giving him a warm smile, ruffling his hair as she said, "Let's get going, Izu. Time to see what's going on with that quirk of yours." Izuku's smile faded for just a moment, before he dramatically shook his head, the smile back on his face, small hands clutching onto the all-might toy even harder. "Yeah, I bet I'm gonna have a super cool quirk, that way Kakin and I can both be heroes together. We'll be as strong as All Might," Izuku declared, holding his toy towards the ceiling. "Of course, dear," Inko replied, sitting Izuku down and handing him his shoes. He got them on, but was far too excited to spend time trying to tie his own laces. So, with a small laugh, Inko sat Izuku down again, and tied his laces for him. Once she was done, she rested her hands on Izuku's knees for a moment, and then said, "All right, we have a train to catch. Let's get going, shall we?" "Yeah." And with that, the two were out the door, Izuku keeping somewhat close, but always ahead of Inko. He was playing some kind of hero game with his toy, shouting out random catchphrases. Some, Inko knew and others not so much, and the occasional, "And that's one villain down, All Might sir." Another good day of keeping citizens safe. She really needed to go back to monitoring what he was watching, because she could have sworn all he was seeing was All Might videos. The same one on loop, just about every night as soon as Izuku had finished his dinner. It didn't even matter if Inko had finished her own dinner or not, because Izuku was up the second he finished eating, tugging her to his room to pull up the video. Maybe his friends were trying to keep him interested in other heroes as well? It definitely wasn't Katsuki trying to get Izuku interested in other heroes, not when the boy was just as equally obsessed with All Might. Mitsuki's son may try to hide it a bit more than Izuku by at least making sure he had things other than All Might merch to wear, but it was well known by anyone who talked to the boy for less than a minute that he too had a fascination with the symbol of peace. Inko held her bag, which was just hanging on one of her shoulders, tightly between her fingers, looking around on the street they were walking on. It was a quiet day, and that was something Inko was appreciative of. She had a less busy route that she often took whenever she needed to take the train, but with how little was going on today, she and Izuku were taking a slightly quicker route, closer towards the busier streets. As she looked ahead again, she noticed Izuku getting further again, smiling as she shook her head. It was getting to be a very common thing that he would run ahead of her, too lost in his daydreams of being a hero, working side by side with his idol. For now, though, he would just be running with his toy in hand, and Inko could have some more time to worry just a little bit less about her son, knowing that he was safe at home with her, able to run around with his friends instead of worrying about what villain fight to throw himself into next. She did wonder what his quirk would be. Inko wasn't too sure about how strong it would be, but at least having one would certainly make Izuku feel better. "Izuku dear, don't run too far," Inko called, her smile faltering as Izuku rounded a corner, already knowing the path to the train by heart. And with such a quiet day, he was sure to be safe. There hadn't been a single sign of a villain on their path so far, and there had been a few patrolling heroes too. Not to mention it was a nice day outside. But it was a mother's instinct to worry, and Inko often felt she worried more than most. The other mothers she talked to didn't seem to mind their kids running around without supervision outside, as long as they stuck with their friends if they planned on going far. Inko, on the other hand, hardly ever wanted to let Izuku out of her sights. Especially when he was already accident-prone in their own home, tripping over anything that slightly stood out. And then there was her worry about if his quirk would be able to help him fulfill his dreams, the ones that had Inko wringing her fingers tightly at the thought of them. She didn't want his path to be more complicated, hoped he could get something that made it easy. Maybe if it was made easy for him, she could worry less. Mitsuki seemed confident that Katsuki's quirk would be wonderful in the heroics field, and Katsuki seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Inko was then suddenly pulled out of her train of thought at the screeching sound coming from the street Izuku had recently turned onto. She immediately broke into a run, clutching her bag tighter as she turned the corner, dark eyes frantically scanning over the street for her boy. And then she saw the head full of green curls, slammed right against the wall that the car had crashed into. If there were any other noises outside of the scream she let out as she continued to run to her son, she wasn't aware of them. She was far too focused on her boy, and the way he slid to the ground, limp as the car was pushed back. Inko hit the ground hard, scraping her knees as she reached for Izuku, pulling him close and checking for his little heartbeat and signs of breathing. There was nothing. She screamed louder, ignoring the hand on her shoulder that was probably trying to tell her they were calling for an ambulance, or trying to give some kind of advice to help her son. All of these things that would feel irrelevant when she knew he had so quickly died. Maybe there was some kind of chance for him, someone who could bring him back. But nobody had stepped forward to help her. No miracle doctor who was just so happening to walk down the street and would run to her son's rescue. Between her sobs and the wait for the ambulance, she looked around on the street, not bothering to spare any kind of glance to the driver who had hit her son. And then she saw it, the All Might toy, stranded in the middle of the street, just between the skid marks the car's tires had made. Her clumsy boy must have dropped it, didn't he? He dropped it and jumped into the street without thinking twice. Her sweet, clumsy, and brave child was gone. She didn't need to wait for the people in the ambulance to tell her that. Hospitals smelt far too clean for Inko's preference. At home, there was always some kind of smell going through the air, but never the cleaners she had used. None of the chemicals she had used to try and make sure the house was clean, despite it only being her and a 4-year-old there. Inko and Izuku were often the people going to visit others, guests a rarity in their apartment. But she still liked to keep it clean, especially when she was often home alone. Hisashi has been overseas for work for so long, and Izuku was often with his friends whenever he wasn't at preschool. Though, whenever she was done cleaning the home, she would either cook or bake something, typically with a smell strong enough that it would cover up the smell of the chemicals. Izuku had always seemed to appreciate those cleaning days, enjoying the food that he would come home to and happily eat. Who was she going to share food with now? When she and Izuku made it to the hospital, all they did was confirm what she knew, that Izuku was dead. There was nothing they could do. It really made her wonder why she was in the hospital for so long now, with the sun already set, and her usual dinner time having passed nearly an hour ago. And now she was waiting, clinging onto the intact All Might toy as if it was her lifeline. Mitsuki and Masaru had insisted on picking her up from the hospital, and that she would be staying with them for a while, until they were sure that she was okay. In an attempt to not become a burden to her friend, she had tried to insist over the phone that she would be okay, but the sobs that heaved through her every word gave her away instantly, and there wasn't much of an argument she could put up against her best friend. Especially when Mitsuki was such a strong-minded woman, who would stand firmly on whatever she believed the right course of action would be. So Inko was going to be staying with the Bakugos. Inko, Mitsuki said as she walked up, her voice low as she looked at her friend. Mitsuki frowned at the sight of her friend, expression sympathetic as she continued to walk over, taking a seat next to Inko on the bench the second she was close enough. The green-haired woman was pulled into a hug, where her crying picked up once more at the gesture. Inko could only imagine how much of a mess she looked like right now, after crying nearly nonstop for the past few hours. Mitsuki slightly rocked the both of them while she held onto the hug, running her fingers through Inko's hair with the hand closest. Once Inko calmed down enough, Mitsuki asked, "What all have they said?" Inko bit her lip, trying to stop it from quivering, as it had been doing for a while now. With a deep inhale, she started trying to explain the situation to her friend, how they were keeping Izuku for another few days, while they finished up their reports. And then she could start planning the funeral. The funeral. God, she wasn't ready for that part. Then there was also all of the injuries Izuku had gotten, all of them together, ultimately killing her son. She wasn't ready to say those out loud, really solidify them. But it was a mess of internal and external bleeding, and so many of his little bones, broken. "I can't do this," Inko cried, clinging onto her friend's shirt. I thought I'd have so much more time with my boy, that I'd go first. Mitsuki actually didn't seem to be able to say anything. A woman so full of words, and all she could bring herself to do was rub soothing circles on Inko's hands, eyebrows furrowed as she took in the information. Inko heaved out a disbelieving laugh, saying, "It doesn't even really feel real, just white. But it hurts so much because this has been a worry for so long. But this is so soon." The two fall into silence again, other than the slowing cries from Inko. Once the crying came to a near stop, the blonde woman quietly led her friend outside the building, where they both got into their respective seats in the car, starting their drive back to the Bakugo residence. It was about halfway through their trip that Mitsuki's fingers drummed against the steering wheel, and she asked, "Have you called Hisashi yet?" "Ah, right, her husband, she did have to tell him, didn't she?" The hospital probably hadn't thought to call him since she, Izuku's mother, was already there. The job fell on her, and she wasn't ready to tell another soul that in the brief moment that Izuku was out of her sight, she lost him. Permanently. So she shakes her head, frowning as she bunched up the hem of her skirt between her shaking fingers. "I can call him, if you would like," Mitsuki offered. When she spared a glance over to Inko, the green-haired woman just gave a small nod in response. "Alright, then that's what I'll do tonight. It should be about time for Hisashi to get up, anyway. You just get some rest. I'll bring dinner up to you too." When Mitsuki got home, she did her best to quietly get Inko inside, as well as the suitcase she had put together when they had briefly taken a stop at the Midoriya apartment. It was getting late, so the house was relatively quiet. Up until it wasn't. The moment that Mitsuki turned on the entryway light, the sound of someone running around upstairs, and then making their way downstairs was quickly known. Soon enough, Katsuki was there, with Masaru not far back, trying to grab their son and bring him back to bed. Mitsuki spared a glance at Inko, trying to see how her friend was doing. The situation that would usually have Inko at least grinning at Katsuki's antics had done nothing to lighten up Inko's mood, instead bringing a slight frown and those watery eyes back. Mitsuki knew that Katsuki wouldn't be the best person to bring to Inko so soon, not when their boys were so close. "Katsuki," Mitsuki started, giving her son a disappointing frown. "You're supposed to be in bed." The boy scowled at his mother before storming his way over to Inko, mouth already opening to ask her something. Surprisingly, it was Masaru who grabbed their son, covering his mouth to prevent whatever question it was from coming out. There was a reason Katsuki was supposed to be in bed already. He was sure to ask about Izuku, question where he was, what the doctor had said about Izuku's quirk, and so much more. There was no way that they wanted Inko to undergo the questioning of a 4-year-old already, especially since Mitsuki and Masaru still had to figure out how to tell Katsuki that Izuku was dead. Was there any easy way to break that to a child? That their friend was dead? It really didn't feel like it. And then Masaru had dropped Katsuki with a sharp intake of air, his left hand flying to the right, which had been keeping Katsuki from asking anything. "Diamen brat," bit Masaru. Now it was Mitsuki's turn to take care of Katsuki. The moment he ran close, she managed to grab him with practiced ease. Times like these were becoming more and more common the longer he had his quirk, and Mitsuki was beginning to get tired of the attitude and the constant defiance to whatever she said. Masaru was the one still trying to be patient with Katsuki though, his patience always beating her own. But if Katsuki was lashing out at Masaru already just to ask a question that he thought he couldn't wait for, Mitsuki was going to step in. So she held her son at her hip and quickly took him back up the stairs. He squirmed in her hold, but being 4 years old, there wasn't much he could do. Sure, he had a quirk, but it was a quickly learned lesson to not use it in the house. And Katsuki had given that lesson to himself when he burnt one of his All Might posters a few months ago. As soon as they were in his room, Mitsuki gently sat him on his bed, sitting in front of him. She would let him talk first this time, let him get out what he wanted. Katsuki seemed to wait for her to talk, but realized pretty quickly what she was doing. "Why does Auntie Inko look so upset? And where's Izuku?" Katsuki asked. Was he really just wanting to check on Inko? That was why he was fighting so hard to get to her? Maybe Izuku was the priority until he saw how Inko looked. Kiddo, she really hated trying to think of the best way to describe what was going on, especially when she hadn't even gotten to talk to Masaru yet. She let out a long sigh and said, "Something happened today, and it's not something we're going to tell you when you're supposed to be asleep. This is a conversation for a well-rested child." "But then I'll be wondering all night," Katsuki protested. "Well, you won't be wondering if you're sleeping," Mitsuki retorted. Her son frowned at her, crossing his arms and trying to pull her into a staring contest. She played along with it for a bit, before making him blink by blowing in his face. Katsuki let out an upset shout before softly kicking Mitsuki away. "Hey! You cheated! You're not supposed to cheat! And you're supposed to be sleeping!" It was the frown that her son gave her that made her feel bad, and the way he hung his head as he turned to tuck himself in. "Auntie Inko is hardly ever sad, and she looks sadder than I've ever seen," Katsuki whispered. That was what had Mitsuki ready to break down. So she pulled her son into a tight hug, so grateful that she still had her boy. It felt so selfish to think that way, especially when her best friend was downstairs mourning her own son, but she wanted to cling to her son more than ever. It was like a huge slap about just how important he was to her, even if the temper he had developed made it difficult to keep trying to stay close. But she was going to do her DMN best. Her fingers dug into his shirt as she pulled him tight, up until Katsuki was pushing her off, saying, "You're being weird, old hag." Maybe taking herself to bed would have been nice by now. "Alright, Brett. Off to bed with you." She ruffled his spiky hair, and then walked out of his room, shutting the door behind her. As she got back downstairs, she could hear Masaru talking. Getting closer to the kitchen, she could hear Inko talking too, her voice quiet and raspy from all of her crying. Once she was in the kitchen, she could see Inko crying again, this time just a steady amount of tears as she made an attempt to eat the dinner that Masaru had heated up. "I just don't want to be a burden on you guys," Inko had said, replying to something Masaru said that Mitsuki hadn't heard while she was walking up. But Mitsuki was smart enough to know what she was talking about. "Inko, us having you stay with us is no big deal, let alone a burden on us. Our job gives us more money than we need most of the time, and we both know you hardly ask for much anyway. Just let us do this for you while you heal." The green-haired woman just went back to solemnly eating her food, eventually letting herself be led to the room that the Masaru had set up for her while Mitsuki went to grab Inko. The all-might toy never left her sights after the hospital, either in her purse or in her hands. When she was led upstairs, it was clutched tightly in both of her hands, and was only set down when Mitsuki tried to get Inko settled for the night. None of the Bakugos saw her emerge much from the room for days after that. Katsuki had been difficult to handle the next day, basically demanding answers. The best that Mitsuki and Masaru could manage, with Masaru keeping control over the conversation, being trusted to handle the heavier topics better, had been Izuku isn't coming back from the hospital, and Auntie Inko is really sad about it. So I think it's for the best that we don't talk about him much for now, and help her cheer up, okay? But what she needs for now is some space. Their son had reluctantly accepted that explanation, but quickly ran outside, saying something about how he was going to go spend time with his friends. He didn't come back home until dinner, and didn't look much better himself. Mitsuki wondered what was going on his head, how he had processed the conversation. But if he really wanted to talk about it, he would. If there was anything she could trust her son to be, it would be honest, and open when he knew he needed to be. It was on the third day that Inko came running out of the room, phone in hand while she slipped on a jacket, clumsily running to the door as she slipped on her flats that had been sitting in the entrance ever since she had gotten to the Bakugo household. Mitsuki quickly pushed herself off of the couch, where she had been watching TV with Masaru, waiting for Inko to come down for lunch so they could head out later to finish up some paperwork at the hospital and officially start preparing things for the funeral. "Inko? Inko, where are you going?" Mitsuki was beyond concerned as her friend rushed out the door. She would never admit it to Inko, but she was beyond worried to leave the woman alone, especially so soon after she lost the child that had become her entire world. Mitsuki knew Inko before either of them became mothers, and the way Inko had changed when she had Izuku had been one of the sweetest things to Mitsuki, remembering how fond she had been of Katsuki when he was first born too. Soon enough, so many of their conversations were about their children, and neither of them seemed to mind. With Katsuki getting older, Mitsuki was trying to give her boy a little bit more space, especially when he was spending time with his friends. She didn't want to supervise his every action, let him learn from his own mistakes. And the way he had insisted on his personal space had definitely helped in that decision. But Inko had just about always hovered around Izuku. It was Mitsuki who had to tell Inko that it was okay to let Izuku out of the house without much supervision, that she didn't need to try to keep some kind of hold on him at all times. It took a while, but soon enough, Inko tried to step back a bit, but always kept a watchful eye out. And that watchful eye wasn't enough this time, and Mitsuki could only imagine the regret Inko was feeling, the way she was beating herself up over it. That was exactly why Mitsuki was so nervous when Inko was running off, not a single word about where she was going. "Inko," Mitsuki called again, quickly putting on her slippers and running out the door, chasing her friend, and eventually catching up to her, grabbing the green-haired woman by one of her arms. Inko twirled around, fingers tightly grasping onto Mitsuki's arms as she said, "The doctor said that Izuku is awake, that his quirk manifested." "Izuku awake?" Mitsuki's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. She hadn't ever heard of a quirk manifestation saving someone like this, when it had already been days after the death. What she knew is that she needed answers, and she wasn't going to let Inko get them on her own. She pursed her lips for a moment as she tried to think over what was happening, some other thing that the doctor could have said that had maybe tricked Inko into thinking that Izuku was alive, a poor choice of wording on their end that had provided false hope. "Well, you're definitely not going to be running there. Come on, let me drive you," Mitsuki said, tugging her friend back to the house, where Inko practically rushed into the passenger seat, clinging onto her phone tightly as she waited for Mitsuki to get in herself, buckled up and ready to go. Neither of them talked during the drive, both too curious about what was going on with Izuku. Inko had always wanted to believe that a quirk would be what kept her boy safe. It seemed that the one thing she had wanted to hope for when Izuku was so intent on putting himself in such a risky field had happened, if the call she was given by the doctor said anything. He was alive, and even though she didn't get to see or hear him over the call, she wanted to believe that she truly was okay, that this wasn't some sick joke. She could tell Mitsuki was wondering the same as her, how a quirk manifestation had saved her son from death when he was 3 days in the door. But Inko wouldn't question it if she got to hold her child again. Well, she'd most likely question it later, when she had made sure that Izuku really was alive and okay. Mitsuki's expression said plenty of her concerns in the frequent glances she gave, things like how Inko shouldn't get her hopes up too much, how she probably didn't hear right. Maybe all that Inko heard was that she can take Izuku back, have his body for his funeral. Her initial excitement had fallen the longer she was in the car, her frantic need to just run to the hospital. The longer the ride took, and the longer that Mitsuki and Inko stayed quiet, the less she wanted to firmly believe that her boy was alive. It had been difficult to come to terms with the fact that he was dead at all. She had mourned the words she'd been told, but to actually believe them, feel that they were true, was a whole other matter. Even though she could hardly believe it, a smile was still so hard for her, especially when in every instance she had made an attempt, she couldn't help but think about Izuku. She had felt so horrible whenever any of the Bakugos said something that made her smile, and so she would force the smile away. Why smile when she felt so guilty about Izuku's death? If she had called to keep him closer, held his hand on the way to the train, he would have been fine. Their visit to the hospital would have been for an entirely different reason. The second the two of them were in the hospital driveway, Inko didn't even wait for her friend to fully park before she was out the door, rushing towards the entry. She didn't even need to rush to the desk, not when Izuku was right there in the hospital entry, held by one of the doctors, while the other doctor near him just held his hands behind his back, a smile underneath his bushy mustache as he turned towards Inko. Izuku turned towards his mother, face tear-stained as one hand held onto the big hospital gown and sweater he wore, while the other held onto the coat of the doctor that was holding him. He really is alive, Inko thought as she ran over to Izuku, immediately pulling him away from the doctor, and into her own tight embrace. He clung onto her too, but not nearly as tight as she was him. She ran her fingers through his hair when she had held him long enough that she knew this was real, that her boy really was alive, could be brought home. It seems his quirk manifested, the doctor who was holding Izuku started. It's the first of its kind, which is a pretty shocking thing to say when 80% of the world has a quirk. A resurrection quirk, the other doctor said. This was the one that she was supposed to meet for Izuku's appointment a few days ago, Dr. Garaki. It seems that the appointment is no longer needed. We've already filed for it to be put into the quirk registry, and that should be fully processed soon. That was when the doctor who had been holding Izuku leaned closer to Inko, whispering, "I'd look out for your son, Mrs. Midoriya." He definitely remembers the crash, woke up screaming and then wouldn't stop crying until he knew you were on the way. The doctor placed their hand on Inko's shoulder, giving it a small squeeze before walking back to Dr. Garaki. We're not sure of the limits, but it seems that the few days he spent unconscious was his quirk building up energy for a mass healing through his body. Make sure he's in the best condition it's willing to take him before bringing him back to life, Dr. Garaki explained. He still has a few small cuts, but nothing that won't be fully healed by the end of the week. Mama, Izuku started, trying to push his mother off finally. Squeezing too tight. Inko slightly loosened her hold, but wasn't fully prepared to let him go. She still kept a hand on his head, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. No more broken bones? He's not bleeding anywhere anymore, Inko questioned, finally looking up at the doctors. All of those were fully healed by his quirk, Dr. Garaki confirmed. And we've already checked on him as much as he needs to be. He's free to be taken home. Inko doesn't know when Mitsuki got there, but the blonde woman gently placed her hand on Inko's shoulder, talking to the doctors as she said, "Thank you. We'll be sure to make sure he stays safe. We don't exactly want to test the limits of that quirk anytime soon." Once they were back in the car, Inko didn't go back to the passenger seat. While always keeping some kind of hold on Izuku, she buckled him in the middle of the back seats in the car, and buckled herself up next to him. She had to make sure he would stay with her this time. Inko was given another chance, and she wasn't going to let something happen to him again, something that could take him away. Izuku had thought that his mother was strict with how often she was questioning him about where he was going before he got hit by that car, but now he couldn't go anywhere without her. He usually liked to be around her, and really wanted to stick so close to her after the first week with how scary it had been when the car swerved after seeing him in the road, inevitably just making it worse and crashing into Izuku, but his own friends were getting annoyed whenever his mother was there, starting to say that they were just going to go home. Katsuki was frustrated about it too, but he was actually visiting Izuku at his house, the one spot that his mom wasn't entirely hovering, and Izuku could actually get some time to himself. Though, it often felt like Katsuki was visiting because Auntie Mitsuki was constantly coming over, usually with a bunch of snacks to share with the Midoriya household. Auntie Mitsuki was spending more time with Izuku, though, a huge contrast to his friends. And whenever she was over, if she wasn't around Izuku, she would have Katsuki hanging out with Izuku instead, while she went to talk to his mom. Today was a quiet day though. He had holed himself up in his room, holding the toy that he had been worried he would have lost to a car a few weeks ago. He was glad that All Might had made it, but he was frustrated with what happened to make sure it was okay. He did try to look at the plus side of the situation, like how he had a quirk. It wasn't something he could use to help him like Katsuki's, but he had a quirk. How it would come of use for him, he would figure that out later. He jumped off of his bed, walking over to his bookshelf and pulling out the notebook he had started his hero analysis notes on. Though, it was as he was about to sit at his desk that he heard a knock at the front door. Izuku quickly ran to the door, beating his mother to the front door since his room was closer than the kitchen, where she had been trying to prepare lunch for the both of them. The only visitors they ever really had were the Bakugos, and detectives for a little while, who would talk to his mom about the accident and their progress in wrapping everything up. So Izuku was visibly surprised when it was people he didn't know at all at the door. There were 3 of them, and all of them were wearing a suit. Though, the woman at the front wore a skirt instead. None of them managed to get out a word before Izuku's mom was suddenly at the door, gently leading Izuku to stand behind her as she stood in the doorway, saying, hello. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Yes, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm the commission president, and these are 2 of my trusted bodyguards. I was wondering if I could come in by any chance," the woman in the front asked. His mom seemed to ponder over it for a moment, clasping onto Izuku's hand as she said, "What is it that you want to talk about?" We were hoping to talk to you about your son, the woman answered. That seemed to frustrate Izuku's mom, as she said, I'm well aware that the commission is in charge of heroes, and if you're here to talk about him, this isn't a topic I'm willing to discuss. Please, Mrs. Midoriya, we just think that his quirk would work rather well in the heroics field, and we could help him learn. With a quirk with such a rarity, it would be a waste to not give him a chance in the heroics field, the commission president explained. My son's quirk is activated with him dying, because it brings him back from the dead. We have no clue what the limits are, but I won't be testing it out. Izuku won't be going into heroics just so he can put himself at risk. I won't allow it, his mother argued, her voice final, and she slams the door in the commission president's face. Izuku was told to not go answering the door after that, but he didn't plan to either. Not when he was too busy holding himself up in his room after hearing her basically say that she didn't want to allow him to be a hero. Eventually, Izuku was back in preschool, where he knew his mother couldn't be. There were plenty of fun things he had missed too. All of those projects he could have done with his classmates. But within all fairness to his mom, dying was a scary thing, and the month at home had been nice for the most part. And apparently, even in a world where there were so many unique powers, people didn't usually come back from the dead, so they were unsure how to handle Izuku's situation much anyway. He was in the middle of coloring with Katsuki when there was someone at the door. Their teacher had stepped out. Then after talking in a hushed tone to whoever was out there, before she eventually just stepped out entirely. Immediately, everyone broke out into their own conversations, wondering what was happening. It wasn't often that their teacher had to leave the room to talk to someone, so they were naturally all nosy. And then she came back, scanning the room for a moment before her eyes landed on Izuku, and she said, "You're needed out here, Midoriya." With a frown, Izuku put his crayons down and walked out the door, ignoring how the whispers only increased. He had learned in his very short time in school that anyone being called out of the classroom wasn't fun. In fact, it felt embarrassing when it was his turn to be called out of the room. Once he was out of the room, he looked up to see the commission president again, who gave him a smile of her own. Izuku was nervous to see her again after how his mother yelled at her, but he also knew that she came with a promise to help him be a hero, which had been his biggest dream. He had always thought he'd be a hero with his mom or dad's quirk, and was struggling to think about how his own quirk would benefit him. But the commission president had said that she'd figure it out. She could help him use his quirk. Be a hero. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to see you again, she started. If you don't mind, we would like for you to follow us. We're just going to talk for a bit, and then you'll be right back to your class. Izuku looked up at them, thinking it over for a minute, especially thinking about how his mom would react if she found out. He didn't want to tell her though. Not when he remembered how protective she had been lately. All right, he said, and the commission president held out her hand, and then led him to another classroom, this one empty. There were 2 different people with her this time, staying by her side. Once they were all seated, she pulled out some paper and crayons, saying, I figured you may want something to do, because our conversation may take a while. Thank you, Izuku said with a smile, happily accepting the drawing materials. The commission president and the 2 people that came with her sat just across from Izuku, at one of the group tables. She sat in the middle, just as Izuku did on his side of the table, where he started trying to draw something. It didn't take long for him to settle on wanting to draw All Might. Now, Midoriya, do you have any idea why we may be talking to you? Because you want to help me use my quirk to be a hero, right? He spared a glance up from the start of his drawing before quickly looking back down, scribbling away. You're a very smart boy. Would you want the commission to help train you? Start getting you prepared for heroics earlier than your friends would be allowed. Izuku looked up at her with a smile before nodding vigorously, saying, I think it's really cool that you want to help. My mom is way too protective over me, and it got even worse after I got hit, and I don't want to go against Mama, but it feels like she doesn't want to listen to what I want to do anymore. He stops drawing, instead frowning at the All Might picture. She doesn't want to let me watch my favorite All Might video anymore because it's too scary for her, but she's hardly ever in the room when I watch it. Does she? What else has she been doing ever since your quirk developed? Izuku thought about it, about the things she had been doing that had upset him. There were plenty of things that upset him. He turned back to his drawing, trying to draw himself next to All Might as he started with his list of things that had made him upset with his mother. How she refused to let him out of her sight, how his friends were wanting to be around him less and less because of her hovering, how it felt like she was just ignoring what he wanted to do, and he felt like she just barely let him go to school again. By the time he was done, and the commission president had listened the entire time with an occasional question, she said, "All right, we're done for today. We have what we need. Thank you, Midoriya. We hope to be able to talk to you again soon." And then Izuku was taken back to his classroom, without much of any time left in class. He had no clue just how much things would change after talking to the commission president after that, but he would find out soon enough. Inko could hardly believe the turn of events the past couple of weeks. The past month and a half was something she would hope was a dream, that none of it was real. She wished that she would wake up, and she and Izuku would go to that appointment, coming home finding out he was quirkless, or was just a little late to developing a quirk. If he had to have had a quirk, why couldn't it be something like hers? Hisashi's was a little destructive, but if he was here, he could have taught Izuku. Then it wouldn't have been much of a problem to Inko, and Izuku would still have a quirk. Her own quirk though? It seemed like one of the easier options, something she could help Izuku with, and he'd have something that would make him happy. All he had wanted was a quirk, no matter how small, but the selfish part of Inko still wished her child just didn't have one. That way he wouldn't try to throw himself so hard into a dangerous world that she wanted to keep him from getting hurt in. She wished that Undead crash never happened. None of this would have happened if that car didn't swerve in the direction that Izuku was in. If they had just turned their wheel the other way, Izuku would have been fine. Spooked. But fine. Inko was a woman who tried to not hold much resentment towards people, but that driver was someone she would never forgive. But she had more people that could very easily be added to that list today. With a sigh, she tossed another dress into the corner of the room she was once more staying in. It was a little frustrating that she only had gotten to stay out of the room that the Bakugos had lent her for a few weeks. She was back to being under their care, and Inko kept trying to think of ways to make it up to them. They never let her do much in that department, but they were happy to let her cook alongside them and help with some of the chores. "What's wrong with that dress?" Mitsuki asked from her spot on the bed. "I'm worried it doesn't make me look good in terms of being a mother," Inko mutters, digging through the other dresses that Mitsuki had brought in for her. None of Inko's dresses had exactly seemed fitting for a court setting, but Mitsuki had come in with a box full of outfits that could work. "Inko dear, we're up against the commission. I'm not trying to be a pessimist here, but there's not much of a chance that having a good outfit is going to change much of what's going to happen," Mitsuki retorted. Inko frowned at the box as she dug through it, but not for the fact that she was struggled to find an outfit. No, it was her friend's reminder that this was the commission. The commission, who had been making things difficult for her ever since they first came to her door. Mitsuki let out a sudden groan, flopping against the bed as she let out her frustrations. Just who do they think they are, though? All those shitheads think that they can take custody of a 4-year-old without a single person actually set to take care of Izuku? And they're trying to bring your capabilities as a mother up to the question? Anyone with FANG brain can tell you're a great mother. As Mitsuki finished her yelling, she was quick to get up again, making her way over to Inko, digging through the box with her. Eventually, she pulled out a simple button-up shirt, a dark coat, and a matching skirt. "You'll probably blend in a bit if you wear this," Mitsuki suggests. Inko wipes at the tears welling up in her eyes before she nods, gently taking the clothes from her friend. And then Mitsuki was back on her venting tangent, though quieter this time, saying, "They're spewing bullshit about how they had enough from statements with Izuku to take him away from you, but all they've done now is leave Izuku with the DMN police. And now we've had police going back and forth for our statements, and the commission coming up to the door to offer you some stupid FING deals. But none of them end with you with Izuku, and they're stupid as hell if they think that you're not getting your kid. The commission wants to spew all their self-righteous nonsense, but they're just going to steal a kid away from an innocent mother? Izuku's 4. He's easy to convince, and all they have to do is dangle being a hero over Izuku's head like a shiny new All Might toy, and he'll do whatever it takes to get it. They're keeping their entire argument based on what a 4-year-old says. There's no way it'll carry, Not when you haven't actually done anything wrong. You've just been a worried mother, Inko? I'm not sure what I would have done differently in your shoes. Probably made sure that the school wouldn't let anyone in to talk to Katsuki behind your back. Inko sniffled, ready to bury her face in the clean outfit she needed to get changed into. Well, there was also the hope that they knew how to listen to no, Mitsuki said, gently grabbing her friend's hands. And it was his first day back. None of us could have predicted that they'd take the chance the second it was open to them. I didn't even realize his school wouldn't even be a safe place for him to be, Inko cried. What would they want with a 4-year-old boy anyway? The only thing his quirk does is keep him from dying, and what good will that do him in a fight, except for letting himself be more prone to accidents? I can see how a hero who wouldn't die would benefit them, but why not wait until he's older and had the quirk longer, Mitsuki questions. There's something really suspicious about this, other than this whole stupid FING custody battle we have today. Inko moves the outfit she was given to one arm, using the other to wipe the tears off of her face, sniffling as she gets up. Mitsuki takes this as her cue to leave the room for a minute, saying, I'll go and look for some jewelry in my room while you get changed. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Once the door clicked shut again, Inko didn't spare much time to stare at the clothes in despair even longer, quickly changing from her sweater and sweatpants into the outfit she'd be wearing to court today, zipping up the skirt and shakily working through all the buttons. She had to get this done today, and all she could hope was that she could bring Izuku home. The car ride was excruciating. Inko thought that the ride to the hospital when she was told Izuku was alive was bad, or the one to the hospital when the incident happened. But this one felt so much worse. This wasn't just a short matter where things would be officially said and done. Things would of course be said, and things would be official. But not in the same manner as he's dead, and, see, he really is alive. No, it would be something that she genuinely felt like she could have done so much more to change. When was heroics so much more important than family? Mitsuki seemed all too aware that Inko's thoughts were spiraling as she said, Listen, I really think that they can't pile enough proof against you today. I'm sure that by the end of today, Izuku will happily be coming over to my house tonight, you and him both, and we're going to have a great dinner, and the boys will be playing until they knock themselves out because they're so tired after all the fun they had. You're a good parent, Inko. Inko knew she had done her best as a parent, that she had done everything she could. But she had such a bad feeling about how today was going to go. Being against the people who were basically the government these days made it all the more worrisome for her, especially at the thought that they would find some way to trick people, or pay them off to prove that she was a bad mother. It did make her wonder what Izuku said, however, that had the police picking him up from her home, keeping him with them while this whole thing went under investigation. Naomasa was still relatively new to detective work in comparison to the others that he was working with lately, and sometimes felt like he couldn't trust his gut instinct as well as the others did, but his gut told him there was something wrong with this case. His co-workers, on the other hand, insisted that everything was okay. And then they would act like he didn't notice random groups of them walking off to whisper about something, or how often he was sent off to look after the boy currently under their car, up until the commission, in their words, inevitably takes the boy and then that whole building gets to look after him. At the thought of the little Midoriya, Naomasa turned his chair to face the boy, who was messing with a puzzle that the commission had gifted him just the other day. He had ignored it for a while in favor of the hero coloring book he had been given the day before that, but now was putting all of his little 4-year-old attention onto the puzzle. It was some kind of ball with a smaller ball inside that would have to be wound along a maze, keeping it on the path, and making an attempt to get to the end. Izuku moved the ball carefully in his little hands, eyes wide and watching the smaller ball closely as he tried to keep it on the difficult path. And then there was a soft clatter against the plastic that held it, and Izuku let out a long sigh, setting the ball down at his annoyance. Couldn't figure it out, kid? Naomasa asked with a smile. I know what I need to do, but I can't figure out how to do it. It's a weird gap part that drops onto another. The drop is hard, Izuku answers. It needs to drop just the right way. What level of it did you get to on that path? Naomasa asks, leaning forward, placing his elbows on his knees as he laced his fingers together. He was genuinely interested in the kid's train of thought, what all he had been up to these past couple of weeks while under his care. Izuku had alternated between plenty of different things, most of them gifts from the commission to occupy his time. 20, Izuku replies, frowning at the ball. I'd say that that's pretty good for a kid your age. I want to do better, though. If I want to be a hero, I have to be better at all of these things. I can't just keep failing. Izuku grabs the ball again, turning it over in his little hands until the smaller ball reaches the starting point of the path he was trying to complete. Naomasa slid off of his chair, scooching to sit next to Izuku on the floor. He had paperwork he needed to continue to look through, but that could wait until later. Today was a big day for Izuku, and it was something that Naomasa needed to make sure that the boy was ready for. Though, they still had an hour before Naomasa needed to get Izuku out of the door, where he would drive the boy to court, and they would be waiting in a room together while the trial went on. In whatever direction the trial went, Naomasa would be handing Izuku to whoever was deemed the better caretaker for Izuku. Naomasa internally hoped that it was Izuku's mother. He seemed to be the only one amongst his team to share that sentiment. The detective ruffled the boy's hair and then asked, I know you've probably been asked this a lot, but what are you hoping for after today? To help be taught how to be as great of a hero as All Might, Izuku quickly answers, eyes intently watching the smaller ball as he carefully rotates the plastic that keeps it trapped. But why not wait until you're older, so you can make sure you have time with your mom? You do realize that being with the commission means you can't be with your mom anymore, right? It was already far too late to be asking questions like these, because nothing he or Izuku said right now would change the trial happening. Not with it so close, with all of the investigation Naomasa's team had supposedly been doing. Why was Naomasa the only one taking care of Izuku most of the time anyway? He at first thought it was just because he had the least experience and was more focused on criminal than domestic cases, but it was a little suspicious that he wasn't being brought out to help them at all. Naomasa was aware that the kid had a resurrection quirk, but what made him so special that the commission and anyone they went to were keen on pulling Izuku Midoriya away from his mother? Because Mama doesn't want to let me be a hero anymore, and she knows it's my dream, Izuku answers. That would answer why he wasn't so upset with the idea of the commission taking him in, but not why everyone else was so willing for Izuku to be taken away from his mom. Naomasa wasn't going to pry much further, worried that he would upset Izuku. Though he did continue to keep a close eye on him, a little closer than he had been. And then the time had arrived. The trial that would determine how things would go, all while Naomasa and Izuku hid away in another room while waiting for it to finish. Do you have everything you need to keep you entertained for probably a few hours? Naomasa double-checked with Izuku, to which the boy nodded, his arms already full with the ball puzzle from earlier, a crayon box, a hero coloring book, an all-might toy that he had hardly let go of ever since he was brought to the office, and a couple small books. Naomasa wondered if those would really be enough, knowing that children often bounced from wanting to do one thing to the next. It furthered his questioning on why the court would probably be using Izuku's own words against his mother, while being too young to even be in the courtroom himself. Of course, things would be looked into if any child were to say that their parent had hurt them, or that they weren't being taken care of as well as they should be. But from everything Naomasa had heard from people close to Mrs. Midoriya, she hadn't actually done anything to harm her child in any way. The closest thing Naomasa could conclude to that would be shutting down the dreams of a 4-year-old. Though, the line of reasoning for what Izuku had been hoping for, and the recent events that had led to Inko shutting down those hopes should be considered reasonable. If Naomasa's sister had gotten a quirk like Izuku's, and had discovered the quirk as the boy had, Naomasa isn't too sure how differently he would react, and that was for his sister. Though he may have tried to give the message a little differently, he could understand that it was a little difficult to stay entirely calm when dealing with the commission. And that's just from hearing about how they often act from the heroes. Naomasa can only imagine what it was like for a mother just trying to look out for her child. The detective sighed, and then double-checked everything in the back of the car, making sure Izuku was fully situated and safe in the back. This involved him checking over the car seat multiple times, hoping it really was secure. He really didn't want anything to happen to the boy while he was under Naomasa's care. All right, Naomasa said under his breath, sighing and triple-checking the car seat, before finally making his way to the driver's seat. Getting himself situated was a much faster process, And it didn't take long after that to finally get going. "Are you nervous?" Naomasa asked, glancing in the rearview mirror to see if he could catch any reaction from Izuku, see how the boy was feeling. What he saw in that moment was Izuku holding onto his toy just a little tighter, and how his face scrunched up. "Kinda," Izuku muttered. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Not really." Izuku had been doing a lot of talking lately, telling a bunch of people he didn't know how he felt about things that he didn't fully understand. But Izuku was a 4-year-old who had already died once, came back, and had apparently watched as his friends wanted to be around him less and less while his mother clung onto him tighter. And now he's been pulled away from his home because of the commission taking an interest in the boy's potential and apparently uncovering just how poorly Inko had been handling her son ever since his quirk development. The ride stayed silent for a long while, up until Izuku said something, just barely loud enough for the detective to hear. "Do you think Mama is going to be mad at me?" Naomasa had yet to meet the woman on his own, never getting to be the detective to talk to her. But he had listened to the questionings, read through every bit of paperwork he could get his hands on for this case, and listened to Izuku talk about his mother intently. He wasn't entirely sure, but he could at least say with some confidence, "I don't think she's mad. I think she's worried about you, but she won't be mad at you for any of this. She's always worried though. That's just something parents do a lot." "I worry for my little sister too," Naomasa replied, glancing up to the rearview mirror again, this time giving the frowning boy a small smile. "It's just something that comes with caring for people. Why do you think your mom would be mad at you for this?" Izuku didn't speak up after that, but Naomasa heard him move a bit, probably just giving a small shrug as he returned to silence. Nothing had gone well in there. Inko and Mitsuki had walked in thinking there was no way that they could have anything that could actually be used against her, that the only thing they had was the word of a 4-year-old, which was something Mitsuki could easily explain if they didn't want to hear Inko. Seeing one of the doctors who gave her Izuku up there, going against Inko, she would have broken down if it wasn't for the fact that she had been so carefully trying to hold herself together to the point she could barely process what was going on around her anymore. It wasn't until everything was being put to a decision, and everyone would be returning once the decision was made, that Inko was suddenly pulled out of her head as Mitsuki lightly shook her. Mitsuki had held herself together well, though Inko could tell that there were multiple PRDs of time that Mitsuki was just about ready to lunge out of her seat and start screaming at whoever had spoken. She probably would have if it weren't for the fact that it would ruin the chances of Izuku coming home. So the two of them sat on a bench inside, Inko fiddling with her skirt while Mitsuki angrily sat in the seat, arms crossed as one of her feet impatiently tapped against the hardwood beneath them. They must have been paying people off, because what the hell was that? Mitsuki hissed, her voice much quieter than the sound of her shoe angrily tapping against the floor. "I was at the hospital when you picked Izuku up, and you weren't intentionally trying to hurt him. I don't get why they would try to make it sound like that." "They didn't say that I was trying to hurt him," Inko said, her reply a whisper. "No, but they implied it. Enough that they would have needed to specify that you weren't actually trying to hurt him, and that's one of the dangers there." Mitsuki paused for a moment, the tapping of her foot slowly coming to a stop. She then gently placed one of her hands on Inko and said, "I think this whole trial has been rigged. The commission really doesn't want there to be any chance of Izuku coming home. I just think they wanted to let you pretend like you had a chance up until now, Inks." Inko quickly looked away from her friend, trying to keep herself from crying. She had to keep herself presentable, and she couldn't go back in with her makeup ruined. After, though, she knew her makeup would be a disaster before they even got far. Inko was trying to be at least a little hopeful. She hoped that the people who were trusted with heroes, whose one job was to keep the people safe, would at least have some heart and wouldn't pull out such cruel measures just to make sure they could keep her child. She didn't want to think that they would go around, using the extensive amount of money they had, to buy people into their favor. All for a little boy who probably couldn't die. Her little boy. Mitsuki never brought up any of her hopes to have both of their boys home and playing together after that. Neither of them brought up the boys. They just stayed quiet, waiting and hoping. Inko hoped that Mitsuki was hoping at least. She hoped her friend hadn't just already accepted that Izuku wouldn't be coming home, because there had to be someone who wasn't entirely siding with the commission in there. Inko had done her best to be a good mom, and she knew that. Clenching her fingers tightly into the skirt, she whispered, "I've been a good mother, and there's no way they could take care of Izuku better than I have." By the end, it was a loss. The tears Mitsuki had been waiting for and expecting never arrived from Inko, as her best friend's face went blank. It stayed blank as Mitsuki led her every step out of the building. It was like Inko just wasn't present anymore, nothing she could really do for herself after the verdict was passed. Izuku wasn't coming home, and there was nothing they could do about it. The commission would be taking Izuku far away from them, and both mothers would be going home to explain to Masaru and Katsuki that they lost. Oh, and her poor Katsuki too. He'd be beyond mad about the situation, but Mitsuki knew that he would try to help Inko in his own little Katsuki way. She wasn't sure how much she could trust that. On the other hand, always seemed to know what to do to help Inko. That fact had always been something that made Mitsuki jealous of her husband, but when she saw the similarities in the two, she just came to accept that she was best at keeping her best friend happy when she was already happy, and could cheer Inko up even more after Masaru had helped take care of the bigger part of the issue. Mitsuki needed Masaru's help for sure this time. She had no clue what to do when her friend looked so lifeless. She felt like Inko just barely managed to buckle her own seatbelt and get back in the car. Mitsuki herself felt like she shouldn't be driving, but didn't want to leave her car here to just come back tomorrow, when she would feel a bit better about this whole situation. With a deep sigh, she made her way back home, keeping one hand on her friend the entirety of the drive. She made no attempt at conversation, feeling like she would be the only one saying anything, and that Inko would continue her blank look out the window. Once home, it didn't take long for Masaru to run out the door, Katsuki not far behind. The boys waited patiently on the porch for Mitsuki to park, but the second the car was off, they continued their run. Katsuki basically rammed into the car, his fingers clinging to the metal just beneath the window as he jumped up and down, looking for any sign of Izuku. Mitsuki watched as Inko slowly got out of the car, waiting until Inko was out before she even opened her own door. Masaru gently reached out to hold Mitsuki's arm as she got out, but she couldn't face her husband. She just shook her head, and then held her hand out to Inko, who loosely held onto the outstretched hand. "Where's Izuku?" Katsuki asked, swinging open the door he had been trying to see through, and trying to answer his own question. Masaru briefly let go of Mitsuki as he walked over to Katsuki, holding their son in one arm as he shut the doors with his free hand. He was the one who answered, giving their son a sad look as he said, "I'm afraid Izuku isn't coming home. His quirk isn't saving taking him home this time." Katsuki's mouth gaped, and his voice very quickly cut the quiet tones that everyone had been keeping for the past while as he shouted, "But that's not fair. He should be home. This is so stupid." "I know, kiddo, I know," Masaru said as he pulled Katsuki into a hug. The boy protested against it, squirming, and his hands setting off little sparks. Mitsuki continued to walk Inko inside, where she smelt the dinner Masaru had been presumably cooking on their way here. She led Inko to the living room, knowing that wherever she left Inko at, that's where she was going to be finding Inko for the next while. This had happened when Izuku had died. It's just, Inko wasn't so quiet that time. She really wished her friend would at least cry. It made her beyond worried to see her friend so still and silent. Inko stayed like that for weeks, and the only reason she had gone anywhere was by Mitsuki and Masaru's lead. Katsuki seemed unsure of how to respond to her stillness, often just staring at her before he would shut himself in his own room. Mitsuki and Masaru were both having a hard time trying to figure out how Katsuki felt about the situation, what he was thinking. Every time they made an attempt, he would just get snappy and try to push them out of his room. He would come to them when he was ready. That was what Mitsuki and Masaru told each other, trying to spend their time getting Inko off the couch on her own instead. They would just have to hope they were handling the situation well. Izuku was just finishing up yet another page in his hero coloring book when the commission president came into the room he and Tsukachi had been waiting in. She had come in with a smile, her fingers delicately laced together as she crouched down, sitting next to him. "I get to go with you to be a hero?" Izuku asks, his eyes wide as he stares up at the woman. "Uh-huh," she replies, ruffling his hair as her eyes turn towards his drawings. "Is that what you've been doing the whole time? Just drawing?" Izuku quickly shakes his head, reaching to grab the ball that he'd been slowly getting further and further on, and says, "I've been working on this too. And reading. I read more than I thought. It took a while." Well, things like this often do," she explains. "Now, are you ready to go to the building you'll be staying at with me, Midoriya?" Izuku nods, a smile lighting up on his face. The commission president holds out her hand, and Izuku excitedly grabs it, and she starts to lead him out of the building. But then he stops, turning back to the room as he says, "I need to get my stuff." "We'll be sure to get it for you," she says, turning to one of the people in suits who were following them, nodding her head in a gesture for him to grab them. He gives his own nod, this one in acknowledgement, before he turned to walk in the direction that Izuku and the commission president were just walking off. Tsukachi had helped pick the things up too, but the commission president didn't let them stand there long, as she continued to walk herself and Izuku out of the building. As Izuku was getting buckled up, a car seat already in the car, he asked, "I'll be able to see Mama eventually, right?" The commission president was quick with her response as she got into the car from the other side, sitting next to Izuku and buckling herself up since there was already someone in the driver's seat. "No, I'm afraid not. But you said that I'd be able to see her, just that I couldn't stay with her anymore if you were going to help train me," Izuku said with a frown. "I had said, probably, sweet boy. It's just, there was more than we thought, and it just wasn't safe to let her even see you," she had said with a reassuring smile, reaching to cup Izuku's face in her hands, trying to comfort him. "It's just the safest option we have. But, there's another boy that you can meet, someone else we've also been able to take in. You'll be trained with him, all right?" Izuku still couldn't help but let the tears in his eyes fall, trying to wipe them away before they could get on the commission president. Rude awakenings were far from a foreign concept to Izuku, but they never stopped being annoying, a horrible start to his day, leading to an even worse finish. He had learned over the 10 years he had spent in the commission building that if he was being woken up, it wasn't for anything fun. "Midoriya, time to start training," one of the commission members, Gushika, said. He'd basically been in charge of Izuku's schedule for the longest time, and was a beyond familiar face. Familiar enough that Izuku was willing to throw some snark the man's way for his own peace. 10 more minutes, or I'm gonna run off," Izuku mutters, burying his head deeper into one pillow as he grabs the other, throwing it in the general direction that he heard Gushika's voice in. "You say the same thing at least once a week," Gushika drawls. Izuku finally glances up from his pillows, looking at the tired man, holding the tossed pillow in one hand. "Now come on, you need to get started on your training today. There's another test this afternoon, so you need to get your practice done early." Izuku let out a deep sigh into his pillow, pushing himself up and holding out his hand for the other pillow to be returned to him. It didn't take long for it to be there, and he quickly tucked it to where it was supposed to be on the bed. Gushika finally left as Izuku heaved himself off of the bed, giving him the space he needed to get dressed. Izuku decided to just settle with sweatpants and a t-shirt today, something simple that he was already expecting to need to change later, after he had already brought himself to a sweaty mess. As soon as he opened the door, Gushika was already waiting there, gently placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder as they walked down the familiar halls. Izuku rubbed tiredly at his eyes, ignoring the aching in his stomach as he thought about the food he was ready to eat. Gushika hadn't specifically mentioned food, but Izuku knew that he'd be getting some before training. "Tired?" Gushika questions, eyebrow raised as he watches Izuku rub at his eyes, stuffing his hands into his coat pockets. "You've already gotten a few days of sleep after the last test, and you've gotten a couple days of a break since then. You would think you'd be well rested by now." "Hey, you know by now that that rest doesn't count," Izuku says, giving the man who usually takes care of him a small glare before starting to walk ahead, fists balled up at his sides. Izuku winded down the hallways, taking the stairs he needed to, ignoring most who walked past him, as they had all grown used to just minding their business, ignoring what anyone else was doing. They had their work to do, and Izuku often had some training to get to whenever he was actually out of his room. Gushika kept somewhat close, but he still kept the distance that Izuku had established. They both knew that Izuku would go where he needed to, and was well aware of the path that he needed to take. Most of the days he was awake were spent training anyway, often changing through different kinds of training, mainly alternating between training with weapons and without. Lately though, the past few months have been spent trying to integrate the two kinds of training, try to make a fighting style out of them. That was the kind of training he had come here for. Something he often wished could have been remembered by the commission president. As soon as Izuku got to the training room, Gushika caught up and led Izuku to the corner of the room, where a container with his breakfast was waiting. He sat himself down on the ground, where the mats on the floor didn't reach, and began to enjoy the still warm omelette that had been prepared. It was only about 15 minutes later that Izuku's trainer of the day walked in, the staff that he had been favoring lately already in her hand, softly twirling between her fingers as she waited. Once Izuku finished with his breakfast, Gushika took the empty container and walked off with it, leaving Izuku with his trainer. "Alright, go ahead and get your stretches done, and then we'll start. I'm assuming that was enough food to get you started for the day," she began to ask, already beginning her own stretching routine. "Yeah, it was fine," Izuku answered, imitating what she was doing. It was about an hour in that they had switched to no weapons, and Izuku was very quickly reminded about how he had to make sure his own attacks didn't go against him, as his attempt to push the woman down from putting his weight on her shoulders had him twirled off and slammed onto the mat beneath them. She still had her own staff, though, and used it to hold Izuku to the ground, much to his own frustration. But he had at least learned how to get himself out of this situation, and to be grateful that it was a staff, and not something like a sword. Much to his own joy, it was his turn to knock the woman down, smiling in satisfaction as she fell, the shock on her face obvious. Her staff slipped out of her hand in her fall, and Izuku quickly pinned the empty hands behind her back, securing his victory. But his lesson had been learned a few years ago that he wasn't to let go until the trainer themselves declared that he had won. With a deep sigh of her own, his trainer agreed that he had won, and he was quick to let go of her, taking a few steps back as he watched her get up. Alright. I'll let them know I'm done with you for the day. I'm sure someone will be here soon for more hand-to-hand training though, she says, brushing herself off as she walks over to her water bottle, which she had left in her corner of the room. Sure enough, Izuku's next trainer of the day didn't wait long to walk in, presumably already having gotten ready for this already, as he gestured for Izuku to come back to the mat to practice. If Izuku frowned, well, it was only fair. He really wanted to get some of his own water. Was the plan to dehydrate him to death now? He sure hoped not. Man, Izuku really couldn't stand this trainer most of the time. Come on now, cutting you in half didn't kill you, so I'm sure that you won't die from some simple training, the man training Izuku taunted, already getting into position for the next round of their fight. You're getting good too, even with that downtime. You're getting close to knocking me down. And wouldn't that be quite the feat? This guy had managed to stick around as someone to train Izuku for the longest, most eventually running out of things to teach him as he mastered them all. But this guy was difficult to beat, being pure muscle, and always having this solid kind of stance that Izuku could. Never perfect himself. It was like trying to knock down a solid wall. Izuku was really hoping to start consistently winning soon, that way he could just move on from this guy. But it was taking a lot of what he learned from everyone else to win, at most once whenever this guy was in charge of Izuku's training. And eventually, the methods Izuku tried would be caught onto, and was very easily avoided the next time. Most villains aren't repetitive though, Izuku frustratingly thought to himself. It's typically one fight and done, so they wouldn't catch on to stuff like this, especially if I go underground. Izuku knew that most heroes trained by the commission were expected to go into spotlight heroics, but Izuku was also well aware that they usually had flashy quirks. Lady Nagant and Hawks had been prime examples of people with powerful, flashy quirks. Izuku's was powerful but not something flashy that could easily take down villains given the opportunity. No, Izuku's fighting solely relied on a lot of quirkless fighting, with a backup measure in the event that he didn't win the fight. But if he died, then that meant the villain got away. Izuku just got to make sure that he was constantly able to go after the villain, and knew what he was getting himself into better for next time. But in the meantime, his learning involved trying to be able to take down this trainer multiple times in a row, and the span of time it took for him to come back from certain deaths. With some of the commission president's discussions lately, it seemed the next idea was to see how long it would take for his body to come back when a lot more damage was done to it, something like cremation. It was, admittedly, a horrifying idea. But he would already be dead before being burnt for the test, see how long it took to come back, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Then again, he was unsure of how much damage his body could take before it quit. And they had learned over the years that if he has more energy, he can come back a little bit quicker, make things a bit easier. That was why it was pretty important to get as much rest as he could, and why he had spent the past couple days sleeping in. Wasting all of that energy on training seemed like a waste, and he would much rather catch up on some more sleep. Maybe he could take a nap after a shower? Try to get some of the rest he lost back. With a long sigh, Izuku walked back over to Luz again, already having tested out something new for a brief moment of victory. Of course, Izuku had very quickly been thrown off, and it was soon marked as another loss on Izuku's part. 2 years, and you still can't get rid of me, huh kid? The trainer taunted, smiling as if he sensed the thoughts of frustration circling around in Izuku's head. How many more people need to teach you something new before you can actually win? It's not my fault that there's a no weapons allowed rule against you, Izuku complained, frowning at the man. If I could bring a staff in, I'm sure I could do better. And if your opponent knocks your weapon out? Midoriya, whether you believe it or not, you're going to be up against tough opponents, no matter what path of heroics you take. If you can't win against me, how are you going to do better than any other hero? The commission is having you trained to be better, the trainer reminded. With how much they talked, Izuku really was wishing that he knew his name. 2 years, and the man still avoided sharing his name like the plague, talking about how it wasn't important when the only thing they were supposed to be doing was training. In frustration, Izuku started the next round of their fighting, lashing out with a punch first, quickly finding it unable to hit as the trainer grabbed Izuku's arm, quickly pulling Izuku up into the air. Izuku made an attempt to make the man put him down by kicking at him, but they weren't doing much when they were more childish kicks than anything. Kiddo, walking into a fight angry makes you predictable. You're better at this when you actually try to put some thought into what you're doing, the man started. I know, Izuku shouted, kicking at him again. He was just given a pathetic frown in return, the man's arms stretching out to keep Izuku a little bit further away, making the kicks even weaker. There were already quite a few ways out of this, and you know it, the man continued. If you really want to prove that I made you upset, you'd actually try to win, right? Izuku kicked at him again. If your fighting skills get this bad when you're frustrated, maybe we should work on getting you some anger management classes so that you can figure out how to use your anger to make you a better fighter? I could bring it up with the commission president. And then the flailing stopped, and Izuku looked away as he mumbled, you don't need to tell her anything, before quickly swinging himself up to latch onto the man's arm, holding on with his legs so that he could somewhat painfully free his arm. All right, ready to get back to training? With a nod from Izuku, he was quickly slammed back onto the mat. Well, he was basically asking for that loss there. Izuku was exhausted on the ground by the time the door opened again, and Izuku's current least favorite trainer for the moment gave a small nod in acknowledgement before he stepped back. Izuku turned his head to see who had walked in, face lighting up the moment he saw the bright red feathers, eyes following them to see Keigo walking in with a small bag in hand, a smile held on the hero's face as well. Keigo, Izuku called, sitting up as quickly as his tired body would let him. Hey, there you are, Keigo greeted. Come in, I've got your lunch. Finally have some downtime, so I figured I could bring you something as a treat. Whatever gets me a nap sooner, Izuku said as he scrambled off of the floor, running up to Keigo and immediately opening the bag more to see what Keigo got. Sure enough, it was a bunch of chicken. He didn't often share his favorite food with people, but Izuku was often the exception, which he didn't hesitate to brag about whenever a commission member would walk into whatever room Keigo and Izuku were in, and they longingly looked at the warm food that Keigo had brought in. They could go get their own. This was Izuku's and Keigo's treat, provided by Keigo. Hey, no digging in the bag yet, Keigo says with a smile moving the bag out of Izuku's reach. We're not eating in the training room. Not my fault you love to get greasy chicken, Izuku retorted, reaching for the bag. If Keigo being an adult already wasn't a factor to his height that made his attempts to get the food frustrating, it was even more so annoying that Izuku was already short for his age, cursed tall people. This is a very unfair game. It's not actually that greasy, Keigo argues, playfully frowning as he turns his head away, using a feather to bring the bag into the air and out of both of their grasps. But eat enough, and your hands will be. And I'm sure you don't want slipping on the mat to be a reason you lose next time. Izuku returned the frown, but quickly ran out of the room, standing in the doorway as he waited for Keigo to follow. The winged hero eyed the room for a second before turning to walk out himself, one of his feathers still holding the bag up in the air. It had to lower itself to get through the doorway, but it continued to follow the both of them as they made their way out of the training rooms. Definitely don't miss being down here all the time, Keigo says for the nth time. Every time he had the chance to come grab Izuku with lunch in hand, it was almost like he had to comment about how his training was over. At this point, Izuku would like to be sent out on missions, being 14 or not. He could even be sent into Spotlight Heroics if it meant he was out of training. At this rate, he was going to have more training sessions that Keigo had villains to take down, and that was with Keigo noticing most villains faster than others with his vantage point in the sky. Fighting villains meant that you got out of training since that meant you were strong enough to not need training. And Keigo managed to get out of training so quickly, jumping into the world of heroics the moment he became an adult. And Izuku still had 4 more years to go at least until he could fully jump out of training. Maybe he could have gotten out of it sooner if he had as powerful of a quirk as Keigo did, and something that didn't need as much testing as Keigo's. It was almost as if Keigo could tell that Izuku was thinking of the experiments when he asked, "What do you think they're going to try next with your quirk?" "Probably going to see how much of my body they can get rid of and see how long it takes to come back from that. I think I heard someone talking about cremating my body?" "I dunno, sounds horrifying, but as long as I'm not awake," Izuku replied. Keigo frowned at the thought of it, his own wings twitching as he thought of the tests done on the limits of his quirk, shuddering as he said, "I hate fire. I remember when they burned my feathers to see how long it took for them all to grow back." "Didn't they have you focus on a lot of physical training in that time, because of how long it took for the feathers to come back?" Izuku questioned, trying to recall the moment right. He had definitely been in the commission at that PRD of time for Keigo's training. It had just been a while since that test had happened. "Yeah. I wasn't at my best though, because my back hurt for a while. All the feathers were off when they were burnt, but I was so sore trying to grow them back," Keigo replied. His wings twitched, and the feathers seemed to get more compact, closer as if that was how they were going to protect themselves from the fire that wasn't coming. "And I feel all the stuff that happens to my feathers and fire hurts." "Got it. Just have to hope that they give me some easier way to die first before I get burnt." "Man, that means I won't be able to see you for a long while." Keigo starts to complain, letting out a long sigh before saying, "I just barely managed to catch you this time too. I tried to pay a visit a few days ago, but they said that you were still dead, working on waking up. What was that last one anyway? They didn't say what they were doing that time, and I couldn't catch you beforehand to ask." "Ah. You remember when they cut me in half to see if I would grow a new torso up, or new legs a few weeks ago?" Izuku started to ask, trying to jog Keigo's memory. The blonde thought about it for a moment, tapping his chin in thought before pointing at Izuku and exclaiming, "Right. You didn't do either, and you just kind of snapped back together a week later. Caught one of the doctors off guard when your legs suddenly went flying. Right, yeah. Anyway, they tried it again, but this time a vertical cut. My body still just flew right back to itself. It was a little bit faster this time though, which was nice. So I guess being cut in half vertically makes it a little faster? I dunno, it's weird. I still think it would have been funny for there to be either 2 existing Izuku heads, or 4 legs," Keigo says, chuckling to himself before he asks, "Have you been writing things down in your notebook as you guys realize them?" "The notebook is almost full though, the list of ways to die and how quickly I come back, plus the updates on those times to see if my quirk is getting any better, was definitely not a notebook I expected to be filled quite as quickly, nor to get much more than a few pages at all. I thought it would have just been a few pages by the time I was an adult," Izuku said with a long sigh of his own, shoulders slumping as he started walking up the first flight of stairs to get back to his room. Keigo didn't have one here anymore once he pulled together enough money to get an apartment of his own, and already hardly came around once he had his agency. So it was Izuku's room that they would generally hang out in, since most other rooms weren't exactly meant for people to just lounge around in, and most people were at work in them. Besides, the commission loved to keep a close eye on Izuku and Keigo, so there was no way that Keigo could take Izuku somewhere out of the building just yet, when not even Keigo was really allowed to leave until he had his hero license and started getting his training against real villains. If there was training, that was the kind of training Izuku would look forward to. Having a hero training license issued by the commission, while under the commission's care, meant that they could easily get training with work studies and internships right with the top 10 heroes. And if anything, the commission would rather them work under the top 10 heroes for their practice whenever they were finally getting to go against real villains rather than their trainers. Just under a couple years, and then it would finally be his turn to go and work alongside the top 10. Keigo was already in the top 10 ranking too, so Izuku could just stick with familiarity and work alongside Keigo. If he did that, then he wouldn't have to worry about explaining his creepy quirk to anyone who hadn't already heard about it and wasn't already used to it. Izuku's quirk was just something that Keigo and Izuku could have a casual conversation over. Izuku had learned that most people were rather uncomfortable with the idea of him dying often and then coming back from the dead whenever he would get a new trainer, and would try to talk to them whenever they had given him a break. Well, the commission is picky with their learning. At least they try to make sure your deaths are quick most of the time, and try to make sure you're already dead for most of the ones that take a longer amount of time to kill, Keigo tried to reason with a shrug of his own. Other than that time they let me die of some kind of sickness. They brought a villain out of jail to test that, Izuku exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air in frustration, eyebrows furrowed as he recalled that death a few years ago. A few minutes later, the two of them finally reached Izuku's room, and they both started digging into the chicken, the bucket quickly finding itself losing chicken and holding the bones that remained from Keigo's favorite food. It wasn't Izuku's, but it was still really nice to have, since it usually meant that he and Keigo were spending time together. Today, Keigo was talking about some of the missions he had been on the past few weeks, keeping the commission-specific ones out of it as he talked about the villains he had taken down. It was with one of Izuku's many other notebooks that Izuku took notes on the villains that Keigo remembered, and used another for the heroes that Keigo worked with. Izuku really wanted to get out of the commission building for at least a day so that he could go get notes on more heroes, see them in person. Oh, and then the villain yesterday afternoon didn't show much of any quirk at all, Keigo explained between his next bite of chicken, Izuku holding a chicken leg of his own in his left hand while he quickly wrote down what Keigo was saying with his right. Or they just, never got the time to show it off before I took them down. The palm of their hand did start glowing when one of the other heroes were trying to stop them, before I flew in. Do you think it was some kind of emitter quirk? Izuku questions before he finally takes a bite of the chicken in his hand. Maybe, might have actually been strong too, because they were insisting on the whole flight to the station that they would have been able to win if I got closer, stopped keeping distance with my feathers, Keigo explained. Probably short-ranged then, if they weren't trying to get you on the flight. Seems right. After a few more minutes, and another very short description of Keigo's last fight, Izuku put the pencil down between his notebook pages and asked Kei, what if they don't make sure I'm already dead before they try to burn me? Keigo frowned at the question before wiping one of his greasy hands on his pant leg to get as much grease off as he could before ruffling Izuku's hair, and then saying if they don't, then I'm personally going to give them a whole lecture. I don't think they intentionally try to make sure we're in pain, and they've already learned that being burnt hurts like hell. And what if getting rid of my body actually kills me? Because we've come to the conclusion that my body builds up energy, keeping me dead before I suddenly wake up. So what if there's no body to build up energy, and I just don't come back? Keigo's frown deepens, his eyebrows furrowing. A few moments passed, and Keigo seemed unable to think of a response. There wasn't much they could do if Izuku was permanently dead, after all, and the proof of his existence would just be a pile of ashes. And then Keigo leans forward, pulling Izuku into a one-armed hug. You go ahead and take your shower, Stinky. And make sure you get some rest too. I've got to talk with the press for a bit, but I'll try to find you before they have you do anything, okay? Izuku gives Keigo a small smile before he nods, pushing himself off the floor, walking around his room as he gathers a change of clothes. Keigo takes that as his time to leave, bidding his farewells as he walked out of the room, shutting the door behind him. Everything Izuku would really need was in his room, other than food. and most of the time, it was brought up to him. So, Izuku really only found himself in his room, up until he was training or testing out his quirk again. That meant that there was nowhere Izuku needed to go when he needed to take a shower, with the bathroom that connected to his room. It was a nice room, but it was far too familiar lately. There were only so many ways that the furniture could be rearranged and still feel different. As soon as Izuku was done with his shower though, he was quick to collapse onto his bed. Most of the time, a shower could wake him up, but this time, all it did was make him even more exhausted, so it didn't take long for him to pass out once he laid down. Once he woke up, he wasn't too sure how long it had been. All he knew was that the sun was starting to set, making Izuku wonder why he hadn't been woken up yet. He usually didn't nap that long, nor was he usually able to when he was being pulled back to training. After all, without a combat-oriented quirk, he had to put twice as much work in at least to make sure he could be one of the best. It's what he's here for after all, to be one of the best. He quickly shot off of his bed, deciding he would make the familiar path to where they usually tested out the different ways he could die and come back, but only started that journey once he had his notebook in hand for these tests. He would need to update it again, after all, and often asked about how the test would go before he was actually killed, that way he could have some notes beforehand, all the things he would need. Not to mention, he woke up pretty groggy, and often nearly forgot to update the pages in his notebook when he first woke up. It was on his journey that he heard a couple people walking down a connecting hallway, and he quickly stopped walking once he heard his name, backing himself up against the wall as he listened. "Burnt alive, I hear," one of them says. "Wouldn't it work just as well to have him dead already?" "It would definitely save the kid some pain if they just make sure he's dead already," the other replies. "I dunno, I don't really think that they need to test this many methods. You would think that they already figured out within the first year of these experiments that he just keeps coming back. Seems unnecessary at this point." "Hey, I'm just telling you what I hear. And besides, some of the deaths are repeats anyway, to see how quickly he'll come back that time. Plus, from what I've heard, he's come back days quicker from some of the previous deaths over the years." "Okay, well, that's been learned. I just think burning him alive is taking it too far." "Well, I'm not in charge of him or these tests. If they want to make the kid mad at them because of some unnecessary suffering, it's their choice, and not me who did it." It was really tempting to think that the commission wouldn't go that far, burning him alive. Especially if Keigo was here today, and could very possibly serve as a reminder as the last time they used fire against one of them. But there was such a deep worry in his head that they actually would do it, say it was some kind of lesson so he could learn the pain of fire, make him know that he didn't want to get himself stuck in it. Was hearing about it from Keigo not enough? Fire already made Izuku nervous after hearing Keigo's stories, so he can only imagine how Keigo felt after actually feeling fire. So Izuku took one step back as the voices continued to get closer, and then another. One more, and then he turned on his heel, running back in the direction he came. Maybe he could try to find Keigo, run to him and try to make sure that the commission actually had some sense? No, it was already late. How much time would Izuku have before he was being dragged off anyway? As Izuku ran into his room, still trying to figure out what to do, he ran into Gushika, who was clearly looking around the room for Izuku. "There you are, kiddo. I came to get you a couple hours ago, but figured you needed more rest for today's test," Gushika explained, missing the horrified expression Izuku held on his face as he realized his time to think of a plan was drastically reduced. Gushika already had gently placed his hand on Izuku's back, starting to walk the two of them out of the room as he continued to speak. "Hawks already had to leave, but he tried to wait a while for you to wake up." No, Keigo was gone? But he has to get ready for his next mission, and needed to head back to his agency to get all of that organized, Gushika continued to explain. Izuku eyed his window as he was led out of his room, taking note of the building nearby, where the roof was conveniently rather close to Izuku's window. Izuku needed out. So, as they walked out, he put his training into practice as he quickly kicked the man in the back of the knee, his hand leaving Izuku's back as he kneeled down on the ground, collapsing to it as Izuku delivered another kick, and then quickly turning back into his room before he could see if Gushika was upset or knocked out. It definitely seemed, so far, that fighting against his last trainer of the day made taking down Gushika much easier than Izuku would have thought. He slammed his door shut, locking it and quickly dragging a chair to sit underneath the handle, and then bolted towards the window. It was funny how he never tried to open it before. But now was the time to do so, and he needed to take the risk. It was as he quickly perched himself up on the windowsill that he was suddenly beyond nervous. He wasn't very close to the ground floor at all, and the longer he stared down, the further the ground seemed. The gap between his window and the roof of the building next to it just looked further and further, but it was too risky to just try to squeeze his eyes shut and make the jump. Instead, Izuku just took in a deep, shaky breath of air, and then launched himself off of the windowsill, grateful for the pain he felt shoot through his legs as he landed on the rooftop. But it was still far too close to the commission building. He wasn't sure how long he had until they busted down his door, or used another nearby room when they realized that Izuku was running off. He spent so long grateful for the opportunity he was given, beyond glad that he was being trained next to such powerful individuals to be a hero, the thing he had always wanted to be. But Izuku was scared, and no amount of admiration for heroes or their career was going to make him want to turn around and get burnt alive. If it wasn't the plan before, it almost surely was now, when he had rebelled against them more than he ever had before. He was actively running off, and had done so much more than a few snarky remarks. So he continued to run, leaping from building to building. No more death tests. No more waking up early just to train. No more having to prepare for the death to hit, sitting there in anticipation as he waited to be killed again. He never would understand why and how they were thinking of so many different methods. Yes, it had proven useful in notes over the years to see that the quirk improves, but it never stopped hurting. It was on that train of thought that he realized he was still tightly holding onto his notebook, and how the cover was already getting scratched up as he clumsily jumped from one rooftop to the next. He leapt onto another, and continued to think of the things he wanted to avoid. But really, the deaths were a major part. There were things that felt so freeing right now, though. The thoughts of the freedom he hardly realized he needed, hardly wanting to consider himself trapped in the building that he had spoken himself into. The sacrifices he didn't know he would make when he was little, and he would pay them back by calling himself trapped? It felt insulting to those sacrifices in his mind, but he couldn't help feeling free. As he continued to run, the soreness he would surely feel later not catching up to him quite yet, the more enjoyment he found as he leapt from one building to the next. He hadn't been out of the building in so long, and he may feel overwhelmed by all the noises out here, all of the things he'd be unable to predict after growing so used to a near-constant schedule. But that didn't matter right now. It probably wouldn't matter to him for much of the night. At least, that's what he was thinking until arms suddenly grabbed him from under his armpits, pulling him close to whoever grabbed him, and stopping his retreat from the commission building. He had gotten so far too. Izuku screamed as he was lifted into the air, kicking his feet in the air as his fingers dug into thick sleeves. It was as if his body couldn't decide if he wanted to cling on for dear life as they got higher and higher, or take the risk and fall back to the ground. He had already done well with one other hard landing, so surely it would be fine again if he hit the ground from, how high was he now? "Put me down," he shouted, still clinging onto the sleeved arms even tighter. He stared down at the ground in fear, watching as it got further and further. He hadn't been this high off the ground for this long, not even when he had to jump to his death to see how long the damage from that may take. It had just been a quick leap, and then things were done. This was horrifying. The speed at which he was flown through the air blew his hair back worse than jumping across buildings did, and his eyes squinted shut at the force of the wind. "Please," Izuku continued to shout, trying to peel his eyes away from the ground to look up at Keigo instead. "Just put me down." Finally looking up at Keigo, he watched as the person who he basically saw as a brother continued to look straight, never turning them around to go back in the direction that Izuku came from. He never looked down, but kept a firm grip on Izuku. It wasn't until a few minutes later that they finally started to descend, landing on a rooftop. The second their feet met the ground, Izuku all but collapsed as soon as they landed, laying down on the solid ground that he was so glad to meet again, without finding himself injured. "Sorry," Keigo started, squatting down next to Izuku and gently placing his hand on Izuku's head full of green curls. "I've learned that most people's first flight isn't always the best." Izuku was tempted to say, "no sheet," but was too focused on digging his fingers into the rooftop as if he was going to plant himself there. But we're even further from the commission now. And I fly pretty fast, so I don't think they'll be finding us here for a while, Keigo continues, finally fully sitting down to make himself more comfortable. Maybe it became obvious that they weren't going anywhere anytime soon? When Izuku finally looked up, he saw the small frown Keigo had on his face, before he turned away, placing his chin against the palm of his hand, and then saying, "I don't plan on dragging you back to the commission. You must have your reasons for running off, and would I really be looking out for you if I took you back? Especially when I haven't heard from you what happened." Izuku, still trying to catch his breath, as if he had been actually doing much other than flailing around and getting plenty of air to breathe up in the air, took it as his turn to look away. He didn't say anything though, fidgeting with the laces on his shoes, tugging at one end as if he was going to untie them, then pulling at the other end to loosely put it back in place. They still eventually came undone anyway. The silence between them continued to go on, waiting for one of them to be the one to break it, with neither seeming to open up anytime soon. It was Keigo who moved though, shuffling closer until he could pull Izuku into a hug. Izuku definitely wasn't keeping track of how long that hug lasted, but he had no plans of pulling away from the one person he had been finding so much comfort in over the years. "You did a pretty good number on Gushika," Keigo said with a chuckle, finally breaking the long stretch of quiet. "I was right outside the building about to fly off when it went over the comms that you were running off. Overheard it from the security that was right outside the door. Flew up, and saw Gushika hobbling over to your window." Izuku snorted at the thought of it, and then asked, "Didn't try to chase?" "Maybe, maybe not. I dunno, but it looked like he had spent a lot of that time trying to bust down your door," Keigo replied, pulling Izuku closer into the hug. "I took a little stop to ask about what was going on while others went to try to catch up to you. I stayed behind for a bit, though, to try to figure out what was going on. Though, they're telling me that you ran off for no reason at all." The smile that had been slowly forming on Izuku's face as Keigo continued to speak suddenly fell, and he looked up at the blonde and said, "It wasn't for no reason." Keigo hummed in agreement, tilting his head to the side in a small nod as he said, "I figured. Would you like to be the one to catch me up on what happened after your nap time?" Izuku looked away again. "Listen, I'm telling you what I know, and will continue to keep telling you. I just need some help on your part, Izu." "They weren't going to kill me first," Izuku muttered as he continued to bury his face in Keigo's jacket. He could feel the flying hero stiffen, going still, even with the lack of much context in Izuku's words. He didn't need context, not when it was a conversation that they were already having earlier in the day, something that they were both already worried about. "I didn't want to die like that," Izuku continued, feeling the tears well up in his eyes. He was already beyond well aware that he cried easily, as was Keigo, but he would still hate to make Keigo's hero suit all tear-stained. So he moved his head to where he was just facing down, that way any tears that may fall wouldn't just soak up in the jacket. Dying was already a horrifying concept in the first place. Being able to come back from the dead, knowing that that was an ability of his, it made it less scary. But it didn't eliminate all the fear, especially in the anticipation, the wait for the pain to come. The only thing he had been able to do was hope it was brief, but this time wouldn't have even given him that. That seemed to be all Keigo needed to know, a thing he could easily understand, despite the fact that this part of their worlds was one of the most different things in their similar lives as they had been for the past 10 years. It definitely helped that Izuku had gone to Keigo for basically anything over the years, and they had confided in each other about whatever things had been like with the commission lately, because that was basically all they had grown to know, the only thing they could share with one another. And then Keigo got to become a pro-hero, and he could check on Izuku with more stories to share. "I know, Izu, I know," Keigo said. He let the hug last a little while longer, before gently placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders, moving him back as he said, "I can't do much for you tonight, and I'm going to need you to keep yourself safe, but when I figure out more things, I'll let you know. Just expect the commission to send a lot of heroes after you. Don't trust many people, not until I make sure they're not after you. You couldn't figure that out before you flew after me? You fly fast enough that they should have told you something, right?" Izuku quickly questions, the worry quickly showing in his expression. "No, they're not trusting me with that yet. Just Try to hide where you think even I won't find you. That's the best way I can think for you to hide well. The roofs may seem safe for now, but as soon as it gets darker, the underground heroes are going to be up here. Izuku nodded as Keigo talked, watching as he pulled his wallet out of his pocket and handed over some money. It's not much, but hopefully it'll get you somewhere to stay tonight. I'll try to find you again soon, that way I can get you some more. Please, stay safe, Izu, Keigo pleaded, grabbing Izuku's shaky hands and putting the money in them. No place is really safe, not now that you've run off. We know how controlling they can be, so try to enjoy some freedom. Now run. It didn't take much more from Keigo for Izuku to start running, trying to get the shakiness down as much as he could so he could safely jump from one building to the next, up until he saw one with a door that he could run through, making his way down and out onto the streets. It felt so open though, and so he hid himself into the alleyways, eyes frantically scanning every building he was able to see in hopes that there was somewhere he could stay. Alleys weren't a permanent hiding place though, and Izuku found himself on the dark streets more often than not. His hands held tight onto his arms, eyes darting in every direction as he tried to make sure that there were no heroes nearby. Keigo had flown him far, but he still had no clue just how many heroes were told to look for him. What if all nearby cities had been told to look for him? No place was safe. Not a single place was safe. The decision felt so foolish, so stupid. A decision for his own safety, but this worry that he felt over being dragged in just made him feel like he was going to worry himself to death, and then be dragged back to be killed again. It was when he was considering just finding some box to hide under for the night that he saw an internet cafe and a small shop right next to it. He looked over the baggy t-shirt and sweatpants he wore, bunching up the hems of his shirt in his shaky fists, before rushing across the street, grateful for the lack of any cars passing as he ran towards the internet cafe first, checking with how much it would cost to stay for a night, before he ran to the next door store, quickly making his way over to some simple, cheap clothes, and putting together some of the extra money to buy something new. It wasn't much, and hardly differed much from what he was already wearing. But it was different enough, and it could make the tiniest difference. It was warm outside, but he needed to be able to hide himself. The hoodie was a need in his mind, and he could just risk overheating if it meant that he could hide his hair, probably the biggest thing that could be used to identify him. Not every place was hot either, and he had plenty of plans to go hide, so he could continue walking around with another pair of sweatpants, these ones thinner than the ones he was currently wearing, that were actually supposed to keep him warm. Thankfully, the internet cafe was rather cool, and was nice to hide in for tonight. He wouldn't trust the commission to not check the cameras in as many places as they could, try to track him down the second they found him in one. He just had to hope Keigo wouldn't get caught. The internet cafe was definitely on a quiet part of town, and hardly anybody was there. He didn't know where he was, but he would try to figure it out soon enough. If he got lucky, he had been flown to another city, somewhere that the commission may not have thought he'd reached by now. Izuku just had to trust in Keigo. He could keep trusting Keigo, right? He had to. Who else could help make sure that things were going to go okay for him out here? It's not like he could get a job to support himself. He wasn't old enough, for one thing, and if he tried to register for anything anywhere, he would surely be found quickly. Keigo was his only support out here. As he tried to get comfortable for the night, he looked at the small amount of money left, counting it and hoping that it would be good enough for a meal in the morning. It didn't even have to be all that good. As long as it was enough. He placed his head in his hands as he mentally berated himself for this stupid idea. This is so stupid, he thought. Why did I run off without any kind of plan at all? Heroes don't just run. They step right into danger, put themselves at risk for others. He felt like a coward, but he tried to tell himself that this was something okay to be afraid of, to want to run away from. Because dying wasn't doing anything for anyone. Izuku looked at his notebook, the thing that he had hardly remembered holding for most of his escape. He was really starting to wonder how it had stayed with him, despite the fact that he was sure that there were multiple occasions he had put it down, times where he needed both hands, and never remembered picking it up. Hesitantly, he reached towards the notebook, sliding it off of the nearby table he had left it on, and turned it in his hands, looking over the item that carried so many important notes from over the years. That was when he spotted the small amount of bright red sticking out, and how it carefully went over a few pages before tucking itself between others. Keigo had made sure that it stuck with him, probably trying to keep check on it after he had lifted Izuku into the air. This wasn't something to just leave lying around, and they both knew it. He would definitely have to thank Keigo for making sure it stuck around with him when he saw him again. It was hard to get himself to sleep that night. Nothing really felt comfortable enough, and he spent just about every few minutes quickly opening his eyes to stare out the closest window his eyes could land on. The commission probably didn't expect him to have any money, so Keigo had probably put him a step ahead, but it didn't put a stop to the anxiety that they had found him. Did they have anything or anyone capable to track him down well? Something that could dig into any cameras and try to find him? What if they already knew he was here, and were just waiting until he was asleep to drag him out? He needed sleep though. The nap was enough to keep him awake for a while, but it wasn't enough to let him last through the night, especially when he knew that he needed to be awake through the day and find a better spot to hide. Somewhere cheap, preferably, or costing no money at all. Were there any good abandoned places in the city? Maybe an area hardly patrolled by heroes? A million questions whirred through his mind, and eventually, he had managed to pass out until sometime around lunch. When he had realized the time, he grabbed the notebook, tucking it under his arm as he started to quickly make his way out of the building. He was still pretty tired, and couldn't help but keep rubbing at his eyes, especially whenever he yawned. Izuku was also hungry and tired, he quickly learned, was not a great combination. He had gotten lucky that the internet cafe he found had some beds, so that had made his night at least a little bit comfier. But a bed to sleep on wasn't enough to make him feel well rested, so he needed to find something to keep him awake. The first thing he had done was take a quick, warm shower. That had only helped a bit, so he went to grab some soda before he bolted out of the building. With the hood over his head, slowly sipping on the soda as he didn't have anything else to fill his stomach for now, he started to go through the steadily filling streets. He had no clue where he was at still, but in a way, it seemed familiar. He hadn't been anywhere outside of the commission base in 10 years, and hardly remembered much before then, but this place had a sense of familiarity. Just not enough that he would know where he was going, even with sunlight pouring down. Once more, he took to the alleys. They didn't feel as safe with the sunlight beating down on just about everything, lighting up just about every direction he went in. Nothing was safe. That was something he couldn't stop reminding himself of over and over ever since Keigo told him to trust no one. It was on his walk that his lack of dinner last night, breakfast this morning, and so far, lack of lunch, were catching up to him. Izuku felt so much more aware of every restaurant he passed, the way the smell of the food was something so easy to smell. Eventually, he couldn't help himself, and dug out the last of the money he had, counting it and then peeking out of the alleyway he was currently hiding in hopes that he could see the price of a meal in one of the nearby ones. Just enough, he was really starting to wonder how he would make it through the rest of the day, or however long it would take for him to see Keigo again. But Izuku was hungry, and nothing was going to stop him from getting this one meal. He was grateful for the money Keigo had given him, but knew it wasn't enough. Within all fairness, Keigo wasn't expecting Izuku to run away, and had just taken out a handful of cash in hopes that it would help. So he crossed the street, rushing to the restaurant, and quickly trying to hunt down one of the cheapest meals on the menu. There was already a small line, so he didn't need to worry about being too quick with his choice. It was much to his own surprise that there were a few things to choose from at the same small price he had come here looking for, and eventually managed to determine which one he wanted best. As he waited for his food, all of that walking around made him realize that he really wanted to take a seat. So he did, hoping that the downtime and being in the small restaurant could lessen his nerves a bit, let him relax before he started looking for somewhere safe again. An abandoned building really was the best idea he could think of, but he would have to hope that he wouldn't draw any attention to it, in case someone like a hero, possibly well aware that nobody should be in it, noticed there was, in fact, someone hiding in it, and then investigated. All it would take is for them to take him to the police station, and the commission would probably be here in minutes. He would just have to make sure he didn't get caught. After all, his only other option right now was to look for a place he could stay in legally, and that would cost money, something he was already just barely getting by with. Keigo would find him later today, or sometime tomorrow, right? Izuku looked at the last bits of money in his hand, thinking it would be enough for something small tonight, and knew he would really have to appreciate what would probably be his one actual meal of the day. His fingers drummed against the table, he waited at impatiently, but quietly. He was hungry and tired of waiting, but not enough of either to want to draw attention to himself. Sure, running away felt stupid, but again he didn't want to be dragged back. Moving on to a quieter task, he started fidgeting with his hoodie, especially the hood, in hopes that it hid his hair enough that it wasn't something that could be noticed at first sight. He hadn't seen any heroes down here yet, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist at all down here. Not to mention, some of them could just be off duty, but already knew to look for him after hearing about it sometime last night, or even earlier today. God, not knowing who can be trusted was so stressful, and so far, being stressed was just making him more hungry. 3 consistent meals a day, and now he was just betting on the one for today to get him through. Well, he had done worse hungrier. That was probably the best. Train of thought Izuku could lead himself on to make him feel better about his situation. And then finally, his food was done. He had happily taken it with a smile before taking his seat again, almost starting to scarf down the entire thing, until he realized halfway through that he should probably start taking his time, that way it feels more filling. But of course, things couldn't continue to go right, could they? Not that there were a series of things going right today, but the food was going to be a good start. No, there just had to be heroes walking in. It was beyond obvious that the two were as well, dressed in their costumes and all. He didn't recognize either, probably 2 heroes that had somewhat recently debuted. One was a woman with long blonde hair, her bodysuit mainly purple and white. She walked alongside a man whose costume was wood, or he himself was wood. But the second option was probably the one, considering there were actual clothes that still looked like a costume over all of the wood. Izuku kept his head down for the most part, staring intently at his food, and hoping that it wasn't obvious that he was intentionally avoiding looking at the heroes. What didn't help was that the rest of the restaurant seemed to recognize the heroes, a few eagerly walking over for autographs, while others excitedly whispered about how one of them had debuted today. Well, he was right when it came to knowing one of them was new. He wondered how new the other one was. Either way, he had figured out one of them was Mount Lady, who was excitedly signing autographs, despite how it hindered her progress in the line. Kamui Woods, the other hero, seemed less eager to sign anything. "Come on, it's fun," Mount Lady said to the wooden hero. "Don't be so sour that I took down that giant villain this morning." Kamui Woods just shrugged before he turned back to facing the menu. Izuku slowly moved his notebook closer, sliding it off the table, and then putting it on his lap. The chair next to him was definitely an option, but that put it at risk of someone else grabbing it. What someone would do with a regular-looking notebook at first glance, he didn't know. But with how many stories Keigo would tell him with criminals and villains, he had no doubt some people would just do the craziest things for seemingly no reason at first. So, the notebook was being kept close. The noodles he had ordered were finally starting to cool down a bit more, that each bite wasn't on the verge of being too hot to eat, but it's not like the heat had really bothered him earlier. Izuku definitely wasn't going to sit around and wait much longer for it to cool. "Are you paying for yourself?" Kamui Woods whispered to Mount Lady, their spot in the line just a couple feet away from where Izuku sat. It took everything in him to not tense up, startled at the realization that the heroes were right there. "Well, Mount Lady started with a nervous chuckle. "You see, I haven't really gotten paid yet, and, Kamui Woods sighed, and then said, "And here I was thinking I was going to be treated to a late lunch after this morning. Hey, the situation just looked like it could use a bit of help." "I had it under control," he muttered, seemingly still upset about whatever villain fight had happened this morning, his voice bitter as he stuffed his hands in his pockets. Okay, you had it under control," Mount Lady says, her voice light and making an attempt to be cheerful. "You'll help me with lunch today though, right? I'll treat you to a good lunch when I get paid." "Fine." The conversation was amusing, but not enough to stop him from the fear he felt with the heroes there. In fact, his eating had returned to being quick, swiftly running out of the building the moment the bowl was completely empty. It was as he was leaving that he heard them talking about another villain running around recently, but had missed just which hero was around and taken on the chase for the villain. This part of the city was definitely too busy for anywhere to hide. So he had to make his way even further into the city. Maybe towards the edge? How would he find the edge? He doesn't even know where he is. Maybe one of the first steps would be to look at the names on buildings for once today? Actually look at the boards and papers put on the walls of buildings, whether they were out in the open or in alleyways. That was probably the best way to figure out where he was since he didn't plan on talking to anyone else. Tucking the notebook under his arm, he turned back into another alleyway, winding down the street, especially now that they were getting busier. When he had run out of alleyway to hide in for now, he peeked into one of the buildings that had a TV in the window, the news playing and able to quietly be heard through the window. With the time at the bottom, he realized it was best to assume that people were starting to be let out of school, and that was what was making everything pretty busy right now. Well, with the streets this covered in people for now, it was probably the best time to be out in the open, able to hide between everyone and blend in. It felt a little bit faster since he wasn't busy making one turn after the next through alleys, trying to keep himself in them. In fact, he had actually been able to find out that he was in Mizudafu, which had immediately brought him some sense of relief. He may not have had many memories of the place, but it definitely explained why it was familiar. It was the city he had spent about the first 4.5 years of his life in. It didn't change the fact that he didn't know how to get through the city anymore, everything familiar but so unrecognizable at the same time. He was sure that if he saw something like his old apartment he would know, but right now he didn't see anything like that. It was just a busy street in what was probably near the middle of the city. Eventually, he had started to make his way back towards a quieter part of the city, and found himself walking under a bridge, messing with the edges of his notebook as he walked. He finally was managing to keep himself from staring at the floor, trying to get a good look at all of the buildings. But of course, luck wasn't on his side. It made it well aware that there really wasn't much that would go right today, as soon as the manhole covers started to rattle. Right behind him. He had already been taught to pay good attention to his surroundings, not just let any minor noise slide, as it could be something major that he had missed in an attempt to pretend like it was nothing. He quickly turned to see what it was, knowing there wasn't any good reason that a manhole cover should be moving. It didn't clatter against the concrete for long, before it was suddenly tossed into the air by a thick, green sludge. Izuku started to back away, turned to run. But the sludge was fast, already having been on the move for what may have been a long while. Meanwhile, Izuku was still trying to gain speed in the 2 seconds he had before the sludge suddenly got a hold of him, pulling him back. The sludge seemed to pant as it got a hold of Izuku, who was desperately trying to kick it off. A medium-sized body, to hide in, it panted out, before suddenly lunging at Izuku. Despite all of the avoiding he had done against heroes, right now, all he wanted won as he screamed, knowing there was nothing he could do right now against the villain. He would survive this, whether he died first or not. Suffocation was one of his least favorite ways he had died, but it was one of the quickest to come back from. Maybe it would be even quicker than last time, since the test for that death had been years prior, and he had already gotten steadily faster at coming back from the dead. However, he was also dead on energy, and didn't have enough food in his system to replace that missing energy. If anything, it may mean that it takes either the same amount of time, or even longer. He clawed uselessly at the sludge as he wondered if this was the villain that was being chased earlier. If so, who was the hero taking care of this? "Don't worry," the villain started. "I'm just hijacking your body. Calm down." "Oh yes, silly me. I'm so calm right now as I'm being suffocated," Izuku screamed in his head, glaring at the creepy yellow and red eye that peered at him. He swung at Hit, managing to get the sludge off of him just enough that he could get a breath in, trying to cough out some of it as he heard the villain shout in pain. And then out a hero came in a huge gust of wind, their large hand grabbing onto Izuku as the sludge was suddenly blown away, splattered in multiple parts under the bridge. As Izuku tried to cough out what he could feel still inside his lungs, catching some of the sludge in his hand as he did so, the hero's hand moved from the arm he wasn't coughing into to one of his shoulders instead, firmly rested there as the hero crouched down to get to eye level, asking, "Young man, are you okay?" Izuku's eyes widened, and all he could think was, well shit, today couldn't get any worse, could it? Of course All Might had to be here. Izuku's first thought when he saw the smiling face of the symbol of peace was, oh shit, he's looking for me, isn't he? The commission must have told him. He quickly backed away, before inevitably slipping in the sludge that still surrounded the area under the bridge, falling once more. Izuku winced at the stinging in his elbows from trying to save himself from the fall as he got up, but quickly ended up turning over as he continued to cough, watching as some more of the sludge splattered to the ground. All Might's large hand started to roughly pat Izuku's back, and it ended up helping to get more sludge out, up until that coughing fit eventually ended. With how sore his throat felt, he was really starting to wish it would have actually killed him, that way he could come back feeling fine. The only issue there was the fact that he'd be dead, and all the easier to find and bring in to the commission. Well, you're definitely alive, young man. I would recommend going to get yourself checked out, All Might says, smile widening on his face. Now, excuse me for a minute, but I really must get this villain put together to turn him in. As the blonde man moved to empty his large, full bottles of soda, Izuku moved to start gathering the sludge villain together, scooping it into piles. Or was it puddles? Thick, gooey puddles? All Might joined him in scooping up the sludge soon enough, though, handing Izuku one of the empty bottles since he was already helping with the villain. The hero kept close to Izuku as they worked through the sludge, as if he was waiting for Izuku to make an attempt to run away, and be close enough to stop it. Izuku started to scoop up the sludge faster, shoving more and more of the unconscious villain into the bottle as quick as he possibly could, cringing as he squished both of the eyes in. As soon as his bottle was as filled as it could be, and All Might was squeezing some of the last of the villain into his own bottle, Izuku twisting the cap tightly onto his own bottle. You did a good job handing that villain, All Might said, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder, making the boy tense up. The other hand slid the large bottle into one of his own large pockets, almost fully covering the bottle. It was a very brave thing of you to do, and I thank you for your help, young man. Izuku stares up at the hero, hoping that the hand on his shoulder would be lifted any second now, that All Might, with the many other things he could spend his time on, was not informed of Izuku's disappearance. Especially since, as far as Izuku knew, the symbol of peace had never been involved in the Commission's personal training of people with quirks that they deemed powerful enough to be taken under their wing. And then the large hand was off his shoulder, the hand still coated in a thin layer of sludge, other than the occasional larger amount that was grouped together on his palm, and transferred over to Izuku's hoodie. Now, All Might started and made the mistake of looking away from Izuku. If the man was after him, Izuku wouldn't let himself be caught so easily. So he turned and ran, trying to be quiet as he bolted down the street. He didn't hear whatever else the hero said, but didn't care right now. With his free hand, he made sure the hoodie was secure over his head again, sure that that was probably the one thing that saved him from being grabbed so quickly. Yes, Izuku's face was fully on show since the hood definitely didn't cover that, but it seemed that hiding his hair may work. Because really, why wouldn't the Commission grab the number one hero now that Izuku was thinking about it? Izuku's quirk wasn't physically powerful, useful while in battle, but powerful nonetheless. And when the Commission is training people, they're trained well. Despite not even being done with his training, Izuku was confident that he could at least fight better than a good amount of heroes. The Hero Commission also could have full control over a hero's schedule and quickly arrange others to take over the hero's other plans if that specific hero was needed. Someone could already be doing All Might's work from him while he hunted down Izuku. Mizurufu wasn't a place that All Might frequented, something that Izuku was well aware of. But this city was so clearly close to the Commission, considering the flight with Keigo had only lasted a few minutes. So with the hero already out of place, Izuku needed to get out of there. If All Might wasn't after Izuku by some slim chance, he wasn't going to wait and find out. The only reason why All Might may have not just grabbed Izuku and called someone else to deal with the villain was because he needed to get a closer look at Izuku's face, since a face covered in sludge and then Izuku being hunched over as he coughed it out definitely weren't the best ways to recognize someone. The hood had nearly slipped a few times, but managed to stay on. That must have been the reason All Might was staying close. He was trying to see Izuku's face to make sure that he was the kid that his busy schedule was interrupted to find. Izuku had learned in his run on the rooftops that he could run pretty far and fast without being out of breath, without his lungs hurting too bad as he grasped for air. But right now it burned. Though he couldn't slow down. Not yet. Izuku needed a place to hide, and he needed to find one fast. A place he could stay and make a home out of would be preferable, but he wasn't even too picky at the moment. As long as it means that he wouldn't be so easily seen by the symbol of peace. Izuku pushed through the pain in his lungs though, tried to ignore the way he was ready to sit down and collapse while he heaved more air into his lungs. But eventually, he realized he was far too tired, that he really needed to take a minute to sit down, and eventually settled for an alleyway that he could easily hide in, hiding between two buildings that managed to keep him just out view from the street, sunlight peeking through the part that did connect to the street. He set the bottle down on the ground next to him, and curled up on the ground as he caught his breath, body beyond happy that he was finally done running for now. Knowing All Might was in the city, it made finding a place to hide for a long period of time, safely sleep in, all the more urgent. But it also made it so much more dangerous, because the symbol of peace surely knew that some buildings weren't supposed to have people in them? Though, knowing that All Might usually wasn't in this city made it just a little bit less horrifying, because it wasn't like the man knew the city. The downside was that Izuku didn't really know Mizudafu anymore either. He couldn't even remember if his mother had pointed out abandoned buildings. And if she had, what if they weren't standing anymore? But Izuku just had to hope that they existed, that there really was a safe place for him to be. Keigo could have just left Izuku anywhere in an attempt to get him far. But at the same time, it was a hope in the back of Izuku's head that placing him in Mizudafu was intentional. Izuku rolled onto his back finally, staring up at the bright blue sky, and then suddenly sat up. He was in Mizudafu, the place he had spent the first 4, almost 5 years of his life in. Had Keigo expected Izuku to go back to his mother now that he supposedly had the opportunity? Though, he didn't really have that opportunity. Now that he was out, his mother was sure to be under a close watch, wasn't she? They would expect Izuku to return home? Was it home anymore? Would he be welcome there, after all of the things he had said? He didn't mean most of them, at least he's pretty sure he didn't. He was 4, almost 5, and just wanted to be a hero. And all that hope had gotten him was a permanent trip away from his mom, and one death after the next. The knowledge of how many different ways he could die, and how only he could come back from them. Would she be mad at him? Would she want to see him anymore? No, it wasn't an idea he could entertain. Trying to see her would not only get him caught, but probably get her in trouble. Her custody over him was completely taken away, and he wasn't even sure what that would mean for her ability to see him. He hadn't been old enough to understand what had happened in court that day, what all the adults said. Hell, he didn't even remember them. It's not like the commission would talk about it any further, after all. He was there to be trained by them, to be taken under their wing, and that was it. If going back to his mom was Keigo's idea, it wasn't a smart one. But it was something he was trying to excuse with Izuku's spur-of-the-moment decision. There wasn't time to try to put together a good idea. He didn't even have enough money to get himself through a whole day, so how could he have expected either of them to have Izuku in a good place to find shelter in? Izuku pushed himself up again, his breathing finally back to normal. He reached down to grab the bottle. Wait a minute. Izuku nervously looked down at the large bottle in hand, and the supposedly closed eyes of the sludge villain peeking through some of the villain, the half that Izuku had scooped up. If All Might wasn't after Izuku before, he almost certainly was now. He needed to find a hero to turn this into, someone that could contact All Might and quickly. Really, any hero would work. Now that he had noticed he had been holding it, it was the last thing Izuku wanted to be doing. In the bottle was half of the villain that had tried to kill Izuku. Not that killing Izuku would actually physically do something permanent, but it did put him at more risk than he had ever hoped for. Because now he had to find a hero, and hoped that someone else would have the villain and had contacted All Might before the hero managed to find Izuku again. Though, he still held the bottle close, trying to make sure to not look down at the villain. He wondered what would happen when the villain woke up, considering half of him was somewhere. Hopefully completely different. This half seemed like it may be the more important half, with both of the eyes in this bottle. But it must be pretty disorienting to be missing the other half, right? If it came down to it, If the villain was able to free itself once it gained consciousness once more, hopefully his disorientation that he would possibly have would give Izuku the small opportunity he needed to guarantee he wasn't caught in the villain's sludge once more. To find a hero, Izuku had to put himself right out in the open. He walked quickly, trying to ignore the urge to keep tugging the hood down more and more, prioritizing keeping both hands on the bottle. There was just one person after the next on the street, all, for the most part, minding their own business as they walked by. But not a single one was a hero, and it was becoming more and more worrisome about where they may be right now. How Izuku had been walking for so long, and not a single one had made an appearance. The panic seemed to be clear on his face as he stopped at a crosswalk with a few other people, impatiently waiting for the light to change, for the cars to have to stop so that he could safely get across. One of the older women who was waiting near Izuku lightly tapped on his shoulder, her face concerned as she said, "Are you all right, young man?" Do older people just have a habit of calling anyone younger than them, young man? Because All Might definitely wasn't young, with how far back his feet were able to be drawn whenever he would try to learn about other heroes and their debuts, and how Izuku was an absolute fan of the man when he was little, watching that video that got the symbol famous every night before bed. And that was 10 years ago, with a video much older than Izuku was. So All Might was definitely much older right now, despite how he still hadn't seemed to slow down once. But that wasn't the point. He really needed to stop thinking about All Might, because that was only stressing him out even more. The woman's head tilted to the side, her eyebrows furrowing as she waited for her response. "Oh, yeah, I'm okay," Izuku starts to respond, holding the bottle close. "Well, for the most part, I guess. Do you know where some heroes may be?" "Well, I know I've seen All Might earlier today, though I'm not sure where he may have gone. It's been a quiet day today, so there haven't been too many heroes out patrolling today. There is a police station another few streets down, and then to the right," the woman explains, giving Izuku a warm smile. "Thank you so much," he replies, trying to give her a smile of his own, only to be a shaky, small one that quickly fell the moment the light changed, and they could cross the street. Izuku sped past one person after the next, winding through the steadily building crowd as more and more people made their way onto the street, especially as students tried to make their way home. As he passed each street, he took a mental note of it, chanting it in his head over and over. First street, first street, first street, first street. Second street, second street, secco. He had been too focused looking at the path ahead of him that he didn't notice the warning sign of someone just ahead, a can going down the street after being kicked out of the small alley nearby. He missed that warning and ran right into someone. He ran into that person, dressed in a middle school uniform, with their hands stuffed into their pockets as they wore a scowl on their face. He ran into them, and the bottle fell out of his hands, hitting the ground once, then twice. One more time, and it burst open. Izuku quickly pushed himself up, fear quickly showing on his face as he started to back up, grabbing into the boy he ran into. Now was a bad time for no heroes to be available nearby. Toshinori felt as though his day was going as normal as it could. He had woken up early, tried to take a break from heroics for now, knowing that he needed to prepare himself for a life at UA, but this time as a teacher. He had been busy the past week and wanted some downtime. So the first step to this plan was to start his workout, shower, and then go shopping later. His breakfast was something simple that he had cooked, trying to relax in just about everything that he was going to be doing. It wasn't often that he was in Mizudafu, but he needed to be closer to UA if he was going to start being there nearly every day of the week. It was calm for the most part. Even without the city aware that he was here, it definitely seemed to not have too big of a villain problem. Of course, there was the one giant villain this morning, but two heroes managed to handle that villain pretty well on their own. By the time he retired, he could trust that Japan would be left with a wonderful generation of heroes. However, he needed to leave something with that generation. He needed to find the next holder of One for All, and UA was his best bet at that, especially if he wanted to beat the vision Mirai had seen. The idea of not having much time left in their life may be horrifying to most, but Toshinori knew that he had lived a pretty fulfilling life. He had been a hero for about 40 years now, and had successfully taken down All for One, his biggest goal ever since the quirk was passed down to him, and he lost Nana. He had become the symbol his country needed, and crime had gone down so much ever since he took the mantle as symbol of peace. Really, he was ready to go if the time came. There were just some things he wanted to wrap up, guarantee that the quirk he had been trusted with wouldn't die out with him. It was something too important to the world of quirks, passed down ever since they had shown in the first generation of quirk wielders. Toshinori wouldn't rush his time, especially if Mirai said that he was going to go out in some great battle, but he could definitely spend some of his time relaxing. The workout he did was much simpler compared to what he usually did. Usually he saved the simple routines for the days he planned on being out a lot and doing heroics, but today was an exception. He didn't change forms either, trying to make sure that his weaker form wasn't too weak. He may not have all of the strength he would like in this form, but it would still be able to throw a strong punch if necessary. After the shower, he prepared his lunch. The start of the coughing fit should have been his first sign that things wouldn't exactly go well, especially when he almost got the blood into his food. But he was determined, and beyond used to coughing up blood after the past 5 years. There were certain foods he definitely missed, but the injury in his stomach was something he was working on seeing more as his sign of victory, that he came out alive against the villain who had haunted their world ever since the dawn of quirks. So if he had to change what he ate, it was a price that was worth it. Soda wasn't exactly on the list of things he should drink, especially not frequently, but he would make an exception for today, indulge in the sweet tooth. He planned on having Tsukachi over as well for a bit, catch up with one of his dearest friends, especially on this day that he was trying hard to keep everything calm in. It was also something that would get Tsukachi energy, without the man consuming even more coffee. Once his hair was dried, and he had cleaned up his mess from lunch, he got ready to go out and shop for the sodas. Really, he could have just minded his own business. But there wasn't anyone else around, nobody in pursuit of the villain already. And Toshinori had never been good at standing back when people could be in danger. So he went after the sludge villain, following them through the sewers. Even while in his buffed-up form, the sludge villain was able to wind his way through the corners of the sewers so much easier, keeping just ahead of Toshinori, up until the villain managed to get himself out of view. Toshinori paused in front of the 2 dark paths, trying to figure out where the villain may have gone. He really didn't want to lose this villain, someone that he knew he needed to try to bring in. The commotion to the left is what had Toshinori running in that direction, noticing the trapped boy immediately. He didn't hesitate to react, pulling the boy out the rest of the way. Toshinori wasn't too late to save the boy, but he wasn't exactly on time either as he watched the boy cough out the sludge that was already scattered all around the underneath of the bridge they stood under. What did worry Toshinori more than the fact that this boy had nearly died from the sludge villain was the fact that the boy seemed to be scared of him. Toshinori, who was the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, All Might. He wanted to make sure everyone who he came across would feel safe, unless they were a villain. And this boy didn't seem like a villain. But Toshinori knew he should never judge anyone by their appearance. Though, this was a boy, so he was probably just still in need of help from more than the sludge villain, and had no clue how to ask. Toshinori was going to ask if there was anything he could do to help the boy, something that he may need as they scooped up the villain, cramming him into bottles, but the boy had run off before he got the opportunity. He didn't even get to thank the boy for the help that he had been given. With a sigh, he began to look around for the other bottle, his left hand lightly pressing against the pocket that already held the bottle he had filled. It was really a shame that he had to waste this perfectly good soda that he had just bought, but he knew he could always buy more. And it was really a good thing to have to guarantee that he could safely bring this villain in, that there was a way to keep them detained. There didn't seem to be much of a solid body on the villain, so Quirk removing cuffs didn't really seem like an option, even if he did have them. Wiping the stickiness from the sludge onto his pants, his eyebrows furrowed as he realized that he was having no luck finding the bottle. Only to suddenly remember that the boy never put it down, that he had run away the second that he was out of Toshinori's view. He had hoped that the boy put the bottle down before he ran off, even taking a peek outside of the small tunnel. The boy must have accidentally taken the bottle in his seemingly desperate need to run off. Toshinori frowned, but started to quickly make his way away from the bridge, hoping that he could find that boy soon. He was sure that it wasn't intentional to take the villain away, but that didn't mean that things would continue to be safe. After all, what if the villain got out, and the boy just ended up putting himself in danger once more, as well as even more people? After the villain's attempt at running away earlier, Toshinori was sure that the villain had no issue with hurting people in his attempt to get away and get what he wanted. Truly, a villain that must be stopped before he could cause more damage. But first, he had to find that boy. Keigo had expected to be called back to the commission quickly, but hadn't expected the small amount of sleep he had been granted. He already spent most of the night within the commission, patrolling around while the security that typically watched over the building was instead sent outside to look for Izuku. Last night, Keigo became the security instead, after he returned and said he had no luck finding Izuku, that Izuku had figured out where Keigo may look too well. "You boys are close after all," the commission president had said as she sat in Izuku's room last night, legs crossed, hands resting on top of them as she slowly turned Izuku's desk chair back and forth as she waited. "I should have expected that all those stories you told him would leave some kind of impression, something he could use. I just didn't expect him to be using them against you. Truly an impressionable boy." They were meeting back up in Izuku's room once more, something that Keigo still failed to understand the reason for. He had already been flying around all day and most of the night, looking for Izuku, and talking to random commission members about where he may have gone. None of them had come up with any results, just as Keigo had hoped. The cameras around the city were a measure that none of them had taken yet, as far as Keigo was aware. Now that he was going to see the commission president, he may just be able to get some clearer answers on what all was being done. The only way he could think that he wouldn't learn about what all is actually going on was if they already suspected him of hiding Izuku, something he wasn't currently doing, technically. Yes, he had flown Izuku further away, but not a single person seemed to be aware of that. Not a single camera or person had spotted him snatching Izuku off of the roof he was running on, and dropping him off somewhere safer. Keigo would learn what was going on, and hopefully pass the message on to Izuku himself, once he figured out where the kid had run off to. The only thing he knew was that Izuku may still be in Mizudafu, but no idea where else. He had made a trip to Izuku's room more often than not, a room he had frequented just as much if not more than the commission president's office. Knowing how difficult the training could be with the commission, it had been a concern of his all the time on how Izuku was doing, especially with a quirk as sacrificial as his. It upset him that he didn't notice things quite as well, actually expect Izuku to reach his breaking point, and so soon. If he had known, he would have started putting more things to the side to help the boy he saw as a brother, especially after growing up together the past 10 years. "Ah, there you are," the commission president said, standing next to Izuku's still open window, her fingers laced together in front of her as she gave Keigo a warm smile. "I'm surprised we're not meeting in your office," Keigo says, trying to crack a smile of his own, keeping a joking tone with the woman. "Well, I've decided to take it upon myself to look around the room for any signs of where he may have gone," she begins to explain. "He was like a child of my own, if I had one. You are too, Hawks, though I'm surprised I didn't see this outcome. What may have led to it, but I did notice that there's a lack of his notebook in here, the one he carries around whenever we test his quirk." She moves to sit on Izuku's bed, patting a spot next to her to signal for Keigo to sit next to her. He does, careful to keep his wings just out of the way, keep them from hitting the woman. Was she taking an innocent approach in this? As if it wasn't often her orders for how their quirks were being tested? "I try to be careful with you boys, unlike how my predecessor did with Lady Nagant. She didn't make it through the work expected of her because my predecessor was careless with who he killed, whether they were hero, vigilante, or villain. He wanted to clear the streets, but didn't take her into consideration. I've tried to care for you boys." She pauses for a moment, resting one of her hands on Keigo. "But now I'm worried that I didn't care enough. I'm afraid I may have turned too much attention to you, in hopes that I would catch if the missions got to be too much." "It seems that you were paying attention to the wrong person," Keigo says, glancing out the window himself. "It seems so. I've tried to prepare that boy for a lot, but the outside world is not one of them. I was hoping that that was something you could teach him, help make sure that he would know what he would be doing. We did our best to teach you, but I was so sure that you'd be able to help him better than we could in that department." She sighs, patting Keigo's hand before she turns to face him. And now he's thrown himself out there, and I'm worried that he'll find himself in much more trouble than he was expecting. Well, you know him, since he can't die, he'll take risks. And I guess he thinks he'll be in more trouble here than anything that he could get himself into out there. Keigo tries to reason with her, shrugging. Her grip on his hand gets tighter as she says, "If you find him, tell him that he won't be in trouble. We just want him to come back, that way he'll be safe, and we'll work out what made him run off together. We'll help him train to complete his dream, just as he had hoped when we spoke to him all those years ago." Izuku wouldn't be in trouble? Keigo almost scoffed at the thought of it, knowing that the commission killed Izuku over and over just because they could. A notebook full of deaths should have been an obvious sign that they had overdone it, but that hadn't stopped them. The only way that they had been stopped when Lady Nagant came to them so many years ago about her worry that they were overdoing it, that she had killed too many for them, was when she had killed the former commission president. Leaving Izuku out of punishment for running away? Him, one of the commission's projects for the past 10 years, that they had dedicated so many of their resources to? Izuku, walking evidence that the commission needed someone to control the power they had over society, and the heroes especially? It was almost funny how he was expected to believe it. It was almost funny how he almost fell for her manipulation up until that point. Almost, because it can take a manipulator to see another more often than not. He was taught how to manipulate people from her, so he could see what she was doing. Had she realized that her chances of getting Izuku brought to her by Keigo had significantly gone down, while she played the facade of an innocent woman who tried to fill the role as a mother for both of them. Izuku had run away for a reason. It would go against everything Keigo had hoped to be if he brought Izuku back now. "What all are you doing to look for him right now, that way I can try to fill in the other spots?" Keigo asked. He needed this information, wouldn't let his frustration with her manipulation stop him from trying to relay the message to the kid, figure out how careful the both of them had to be. She looked at him for a while, scanning over him as she tried to figure out what all she should tell. "We just have people on the lookout right now. Just continue what you have been doing, and I'll let you know if we've made any progress." She gives Keigo's hand a small pat, and then gets up to leave. As the door clicks shut behind her, Keigo looks around the room one last time. He had known that it was a spur-of-the-moment decision from Izuku, so there really wouldn't have been any kind of hints to find in here, but he wanted to look too. It would be risky to bring Izuku anything from here, especially if it was noticed that the object went missing. Though, Keigo hoped to be able to get away with something small that would be overlooked and forgotten if it were to suddenly disappear. He ended up settling with a couple different outfits, knowing that Izuku had only run off with what he had on, and the notebook. With a sigh, he tucked the folded-up clothes into his jacket, and then leapt out the window. He still had to pinpoint the exact point. That his feather was at the one he left with Izuku, but also knew that he tried to keep some distance. Keigo couldn't go directly to Izuku, not yet. The feather he left with Izuku would help him bring Izuku to wherever Keigo may leave something for the kid, but Keigo was already too high in the hero ranks to just go anywhere. Keigo was leaving the commission base with nothing helpful, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't find a way to make sure Izuku would be okay out there. If there was anything true that she had said, it was that Izuku hadn't been prepared to handle himself outside of the commission at all. The commission president was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Hawks can't be trusted fully in matters against Midoriya, especially since she knew that they were close. Their closeness was something she could build off of to find Midoriya, whose unsupervised presence outside put everything she'd been working for here. She already knew from the start that Midoriya was a risky piece to pull into her plan that guaranteed her strength and safety. With the children trained by the commission, the dirty work could be done, making sure Japan stayed the safe place that had taken so much work to make happen, without ruining the image of any other heroes, the morals that they had gone with. Most people weren't willing to kill, especially when all they wanted to do was save, unless it was something they were raised to be ready for. Midoriya's quirk, already being so closely connected to death, there were a couple ways she had expected things to go with him. For him to use his knowledge and familiarity with death to kill with ease, having experienced death enough that he could grant them as merciful of a kill as he could think of. The quickest way out. Or, he would have wanted to keep someone from being killed. She wasn't entirely sure what route Midoriya would have taken, even now. He was aware of the missions she would send Hawks on, but he never protested against them. But he never seemed to say anything about how they were okay either. He was still a risky piece in her game, and now things had gotten dangerous. She could trust Hawks to not say anything. Lady Nagant has long been unable to say anything, locked away before she could get a word out when she had decided it wasn't something she was okay with anymore. It all came down to how the children were raised, and she couldn't fail with Midoriya. She needed him back in the commission building until she knew he was a safe piece to put into play in keeping Japan safe. She wasn't sending multiple heroes after him, no. Instead, she would let Hawks and Midoriya think that she was, watch them squirm until the fear got to Midoriya, and he inevitably came back. If he didn't come back himself, it would be Hawks's worry over Midoriya that got them figured out, when she would inevitably see through the news where he was. The commission president knew that she had to play a mind game with the boys to get Midoriya back, make them crack and inevitably give up on this pitiful attempt at rebellion. They would quickly realize that there's not much a 14-year-old can do on his own, find ways to take care of himself without just suffering on loop. However, she also knew that the boy would eventually think of something. She had no doubt in that. He was smart, and she had made sure that that intelligence was something he could hone in on. This also made her aware that the longer he was out there, the less of a chance she would have to take him back without some issue popping up, something that would get in the way of keeping all of this under wraps. She just had to have faith that both of the boys would crack soon. The way the sludge slowly creeped up was almost a thing of nightmares, and the way the eyes slid into place. It couldn't loom over them as well as it did earlier, half of the villain gone wherever All Might was, but it was still horrifying. It was even less sludge needed to crawl into their lungs again after all. If Izuku were to die, would his own quirk be able to get the villain out? Or would he be stuck dead until the villain was done puppeteering his corpse? This wasn't exactly something they had been able to test out, nor was it something he wanted to test out. What the F is that? The blonde that Izuku had run into questioned. Izuku continued to back up, one shaky step after the next. He wanted to run, he wanted to get as far as possible and quickly. But there were so many innocent people around, who had no clue what the villain would do to them, the fact that they all had to run. Izuku grabbed onto the dark sleeve of the other boy's middle school uniform, pulling him back as he continued to walk. "You need to run," Izuku muttered, reaching up with his other hand to tug the hood onto his head better, gripping onto the other boy's arm tightly. "There you are, boy," the sludge villain spat out, voice sinister as he was turning and locking its eyes onto Izuku. Of course the mouth had been crammed into Izuku's bottle as well, making this all so much worse. The other two middle schoolers had already run off, disappearing right back into the alley they were walking out of. That had started the question in Izuku's head, wondering, am I the reason this other kid hasn't run off? I shouldn't have grabbed him. Okay, I really should let go so he can run off. So Izuku did, only to quickly push the kid to the side as the sludge lunged at the both of them, but seemingly more at Izuku than anyone else. Which seemed about right, considering the villain had already directly addressed Izuku. Really, why was he calling this other kid kid? The two of them were probably the same age, if anything. The boy was taller, but was in a middle school uniform. Izuku, though shorter, knew his own age and the fact that he would probably still be in middle school too. So, probably the same age. However, Izuku still had no clue who this kid was, and blonde was such a common hair color that it didn't make sense to keep referring to him as such. The kid in the uniform? No, still too many people who could be wearing uniforms, especially with school having let out, and there was already a gathering crowd in the distance. Well, Izuku really had no super unique feature to base the other kid off, so he could just be known as the kid until then. People were quickly backing away and trying to get a good distance between themselves and the villain, who was eagerly trying to attack anyone who kept too close, with their yellow and red eyes specifically tracking down Izuku's every move. Izuku was trying to get the other kid closer to the alley again, that way the kid could take that as an escape. The two boys were still awfully close after all, and so the sludge villain could want to go after either one of them, whichever one seemed like the easier target to hide in. So Izuku just had to make sure that it was only one that was easier to go after, and that Izuku was the easy one. Pulling the kid closer to the alley, he tried to get in front of the kid as he dodged another liquidy lunge from the villain, tried to ignore the way that the crowd already had their cameras out, trying to get some of the best footage to be seen so people would know the latest villain attack. But this was so dangerous and so bad for Izuku. If his face could easily be spotted in any of the videos, things would be over for him, if it wasn't already after the earlier confrontation with All Might. Oh, and All Might was almost certainly on the way anyway. Because if he heard word that the sludge villain was out again, he was certain to be making his way to the chaos. What if the other half of the sludge was trying to get to the current main part of the body too? It would be trying to get out, inevitably putting a slight weight change to the bottle that All Might had as it tried to move. Or it was already out, and All Might was in quick pursuit. Izuku didn't have much longer to keep messing with the villain like this, and was genuinely considering just letting the sludge just take over for a while so that the villain could get Izuku out of here, when the loud explosion suddenly rang by his side, making the villain quickly back away as the heat got to it. And that was when things clicked. Not only did he have a unique feature that he could use to call the kid in his head, he had a nickname that he hadn't used in a long time, and the real name to go with it. Izuku's hands basically flung to his hood once more, pulling it closer onto his head than it was before, hoping all of his curls were hidden, and that the daylight made the hood shadow his face well enough. Katsuki Bakugo, of course, had to be one of the first familiar faces that Izuku spotted, and at a time when Izuku was the clumsy one here. At a time when Izuku had messed up, and could probably be added to the possibly existing list of things Izuku had done to make things go wrong. After all, Katsuki hadn't always seemed the happiest with Izuku when they first realized he had a quirk. Izuku still didn't know why, nor would he remember if he was told. But he knew that Katsuki had been upset, even in his attempt to hide it. So how upset would he have been when Izuku permanently disappeared? Of course, Izuku wouldn't blame him if he just didn't care much by that point. "Focus," Katsuki shouted at Izuku. "So you can try to get your butt out of here." Izuku looked around in hopes for a hero to come forward, someone to come in and stop the two boys from being the ones desperately trying to defend themselves. They shouldn't be doing this alone. Izuku knew he could alone, knew he could keep himself safe now that he knew what he was up against. But there were so many people around, and Katsuki was right there. "Only if you get out of here first," Izuku replied, pulling Katsuki out of the way once more once he recognized the slight sign that the villains was about to move. Izuku wanted to make sure nobody else got attacked too. But knowing that it was Katsuki Bakugo here of all people, here where there was danger, he was all too aware that their mothers were friends, so it would surely become news for Mitsuki and Inko that Katsuki had gotten hurt. And Izuku would be at fault for this, wouldn't he? He'd be at fault because he dragged that villain out here and wasn't careful with it. He would be in trouble because he ran out here in the first place, and had no clue where he was going fast enough. Izuku hadn't made sure to give the bottle holding the villain to All Might, and now they were all in this mess. And then Izuku would be back with the commissioners, or locked up somewhere for running off in the first place. He could be locked up next to Lady Nagant, deep underwater, never to see the sky again, and... Another explosion went off. "Watch yourself," Katsuki shouted as he pulled Izuku out of the way this time, the palm of Katsuki's hand sweaty, enough that Izuku could feel it through the sleeves. They needed some help. They couldn't legally keep fighting this villain, and the few heroes Izuku had seen in the crowd were just watching as they tried to defend themselves. Yes, this could go down as a self-defense case for Katsuki. But the heroes had to step in. It was their job. There were two kids here that needed someone to take down the villain. Izuku hadn't even taken down the villain earlier. He had gotten the villain off of his back for a minute, and then ultimately been saved by All Might. All Izuku would have been good for in that situation was being the one to die so nobody else would. Where was All Might? As Izuku and Katsuki ran in opposite directions, with the sludge villain skidding towards Izuku, he noticed someone tall in the distance, running through the crowd with hair as bright of a yellow as All Might's. Was the lack of oxygen getting to Izuku from earlier, or was this person really just looking too similar to All Might? It even looked like they were wearing the same thing. And then Izuku paused, because looking at the man's outfit, the one who finally stopped somewhere towards the middle of the crowd, had a large moving bottle in his pocket. One that was trying to move towards where the villain was already at. The villain who had taken Izuku's moment of distraction, where Katsuki wasn't there, to latch onto Izuku's ankle and yank the boy to the ground. Izuku hit the concrete with a thud, screaming as he was pulled closer to the villain once more. The man who looked too similar to All Might quickly turned away, pushing his way through the crowd and into the alleyway that was just ahead of the one that Katsuki had come out from. If that really was All Might, he was leaving. And if All Might had figured things out, then it would make sense that he would leave Izuku to die, knowing that the villain had Izuku and would probably be satisfied after this. The villain would have a corpse that would be able to wake up again one day, and all would eventually be fine. Izuku hated the way that he could feel the rough concrete leaving one small cut after the next, scraping up any part of his skin that wasn't covered. He didn't doubt that it was even scraping up everything underneath that dragged against the concrete, either. The trip from where he had first hit the ground felt far too long, but he knew that it was so short at the same time. He was at least grateful that if there was some chance he could get out of this, that he had hit the ground while face down, that way nothing would hopefully catch his face. Especially since there was already blood dripping down his face, especially from his leaking nose. The only thing that would give him away, especially to Katsuki, was if his notebook got away from him. It was a good thing that he had managed to hold his notebook up until now. Only to realize that he hadn't had his notebook. It wasn't even directly in front of him, where he had landed. Which could only mean he lost it much earlier, and someone could already have it. Katsuki could already have it, should he be curious enough and have noticed Izuku dropped it. Izuku tried to look and see where the blonde was, even as the sludge blocked most of his view as it lunged down. Maybe if he had his notebook, he could have tried to weaponize it as those eyes got nearly in hitting range. Though, it seemed to have learned from earlier, and tried to make sure that Izuku couldn't reach the only weak point that this villain had. Well, at least it didn't get Katsuki. It was as an explosion went off again, and at the moment that he could feel a large hand wrap around his arm once more, that the sludge was blown away, flying in multiple different directions. A powerful force of wind came from one direction, and the heat from the explosion, and the wind from that came in another. Izuku was pulled close to the symbol of peace, who kept a firm grip on Izuku as he chuckled, and said, "Have no fear, for I am here." The man leaned down to Izuku, pulling Izuku up a bit as he said, "You did a good job holding your own. Now just sit down for a minute so that the nearby heroes can check up on you, and I can give the report." Izuku, despite knowing he had no plans to just sit around, gave a small nod that he wasn't even sure could be seen well from the back of his head, with the hood over it and all. But he still ended up being sat down on the ground, All Might's large hand resting on Izuku's head for just a moment before he found himself swarmed with reporters that had already been waiting in the crowd. All the attention was on All Might, and it gave Izuku an opening. But getting that notebook was first on Izuku's priorities. He shook from the pain that still flared up in his joints, everything that had hit and been dragged against the ground. But he knew where that notebook was, saw it held loosely in Katsuki's explosive hands. He had to get to Katsuki before they were both swarmed by heroes looking to check on the both of them. Izuku had already gotten too much attention put on himself today. He had put the whole ability to stay hidden in Mizurufu at risk, and everything would definitely go downhill if he stayed any longer. So he forced himself up and ran up to Katsuki, snatching the notebook and running through the alley before Katsuki was even able to process what had just happened and inevitably shout at Izuku. Izuku had escaped, without a single hero seemingly in pursuit. Once more he could run off and try to find someplace to stay before it got dark outside. Katsuki's day had been pretty average as far as his days went. It started with getting up early, as he usually did, and starting to get ready for school. He went to bed earlier and woke up earlier than all of the adults in the house. He had a set time to go to bed and was often up before the sun even rose. Everyone else in the house, of course, went to bed when they felt tired enough, and woke up just as their alarms would when sunlight was already creeping through their windows. Not that Katsuki minded. He wasn't in charge of their sleep schedule, and they were already much older than him anyway, knew how to handle their sleep with what they could handle. And Katsuki knew his. Though one of the biggest benefits to getting up so early is that he had a complete say over breakfast. It wasn't that his opinion was ignored when it came to every other meal, just that everyone else was awake and would also have opinions on later meals. With Katsuki up in the morning, he made whatever he wanted, and would sometimes cook for the others if he figured he had the time, and that whatever he was eating, he knew could be eaten later by others as well. Something easy to make for more than himself too. Today was one of those days that he was going to make something for the others in the house, make sure that they had something that they didn't pull out of the fridge or cabinets at the last second, before they would rush off to do whatever they needed to do. Once that was done, he grabbed his bag for school, already packed and put together last night, left just next to his bedroom door to make leaving all that much quicker. Despite how much better he was doing than everyone else in that school, how much he knew he stood out from everyone, how his quirk was going to get him into UA, the praises that his teachers had tossed on him ever since his quirk developed, he still would hate to be late. UA wouldn't want to see him with a record of being late, would they? And really, what was the point of intentionally showing up late anyway? Some of the extras who stood near him all the time were rather insistent on being late, that they didn't see the point to being on time or early. It was times like those that it felt obvious to Katsuki why he was doing better than them academically. They had, in general, shown a general disinterest in what was going on every time a teacher spoke, especially if it wasn't about heroics. Heroics, the center of attention for just about anyone lately. It was the thing that just about everyone looked to in society, and he had been no different ever since he was little. Katsuki had even known that he was going to be part of heroics. He wasn't just going to be another person standing by. And then the reasons for wanting to be a hero grew when he was 5, that reasoning continuing to feel more and more important the more he learned about how heroics was run, even from the vague explanations that the teachers could give. After all, heroics wasn't an actual lesson for any of these teachers unless they were actually in a school meant for heroics, so it wasn't a subject they could discuss for very long. Just enough that more kids would look in the direction of the hero schools, bring in more of a name for that shitty middle school. Katsuki wasn't going to complain too much about it though. It was the closest school he had to home, which made it all that much easier to get home and prepare to get into UA. The school year was still really early on, so discussing their futures with this being their final year of middle school and all that shit was an obvious subject. Another opening to discuss heroics, for the teacher to look in the direction of Katsuki, who was used to being a general target for the expectations of getting into the heroics pathway. And he knew he was going to get in. All of these extras, who hardly bothered to put in much effort for anything, wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Katsuki was going to excel and outshine everyone in this stupid building. There wasn't anything to stick around for after school, not when he could just go home and work on homework, rush that to be done before he would continue to exercise. Heroics was more than just quirks, after all. He needed to be able to physically fight should it come down to an event that he couldn't use his quirk, and he would make sure that he had the strength to back up his punches. The better Katsuki got, the more sure that he was going to be a high-ranked hero. He was going to be a high-ranked hero, and nothing was going to stop him. The higher he got in the ranks, the closer he got to the commission. The more access he had to it, and the more he did to the answers he needed. Those answers wouldn't only be for him, after all. 2 of the extras followed close behind him, talking about more of the stupid shit that they wanted to do that could get the 3 of them in trouble. In frustration, Katsuki kicked Deku down the alleyway, only to promptly run into some dumbass who wasn't looking where he was going, had missed the obvious sign that someone was walking through the alleyway. Katsuki was having a pretty average day. Up until that point. Up until the point that some dumbass who was carrying something that they shouldn't be ran into him. Some person who had the hood on their head pulled so far over that it was suspicious, and whose panic seemed to settle in the moment that the green sludge started to move and make a horrifying shape of itself. The extras were gone in a flash, and Katsuki had almost decided to turn and leave himself, knowing that using his quirk in a case like this was, so far, illegal. It wouldn't even be self-defense for him to attack now, and would ruin his chances. And then the shithead who was carrying the stupid villain had latched onto Katsuki's arm as they backed up, and for a moment, Katsuki wondered if they were about to toss him to the villain as some kind of stupid sacrifice thing, or if these 2 abnormalities in his consistent days were working together. Those theories were quickly wiped away when Katsuki asked what the F that villain was, with the maniac smile it held on its face as it watched the other person intently, whose curls just barely peeked out of the hoodie. And then Katsuki noticed how the hand that tightly gripped onto his arm shook, heard how the dumbass said something about how Katsuki needed to run, as if it wasn't this other person that the villain was very obviously looking at. But then Katsuki was the one being pushed from one direction to the next, where the other person's reflexes were just about as quick as Katsuki's, if not faster. They took one leap after the next, keeping out of the way, when Katsuki's arm was eventually released close to the alleyway. This person had given Katsuki the opening to run. Well, he definitely wasn't going to do that. Not when this person was so obviously starting to zone out. The explosion seemed to make the zoning out worse, and Katsuki was finally able to step in as legally as possible, getting the dumbass who was carrying the villain in the first place out of the way. Then things were over in a large gust of wind. Katsuki's last explosion had been basically for nothing, and the kid who had gotten himself snatched up by the villain was safe. All Might had gotten here, and things were going to be taken care of. And then there was that notebook on the ground. One that must have been dropped much earlier on in the fight. Katsuki picked it up, flipping the notebook over in his hand as he looked at both sides of the notebook. It wasn't labeled or anything, no name right on the cover. He had almost gone to open it out of curiosity, wondering if maybe he could get a name to the shithead that had gotten them in this mess, only for it to be so quickly snatched out of his hands. "Hui!" Katsuki shouted as the figure disappeared into the alley that Katsuki had been walking out of earlier. Sure, it wasn't his notebook. But Katsuki had already gotten curious, and now that curiosity would just have to continue to investigate, wait for the article to be released that may drop the name of whoever it was that dropped that villain. He didn't even really know why it was suddenly so important to him to get a name, maybe to tell the story better when he got home? As if he didn't use nicknames for just about everyone he talked about that wasn't his family. Maybe it was because that person seemed to care so much about hiding their identity, even from total strangers. With how many cameras there were filming, and the sheer amount of reporters that swarmed All Might, Katsuki knew he had to get home. He was uninjured, but knew that there were 3 people at home that would worry over him anyway, annoyingly check over him and make sure that he really was unharmed, that there was actually something one of the many cameras missed. Katsuki wasn't wrong, as it was Inko who ran in first, tears already welled up in her eyes as she basically skid into the entryway. His mother followed close behind, though her worry was significantly more subtle. His father, on the other hand, his expression was somewhere in the middle of both women's worry, though he didn't run in like the others. He instead had walked over, standing back as Inko and Katsuki's mother fretted over him, checking him over and looking for any kind of injury. "Really, I'm okay," Katsuki snapped, snatching one of his arms out of Mitsuki's hold, though gently taking his arm away from Inko. The green-haired woman quickly wiped at her worried tears, looking over Katsuki one more time. "What did the news say?" "I'm sure they made that sheet worse than it actually was. Just that a villain that was being chased by All Might earlier today was spotted again, and that 2 middle school-aged boys were fighting for their life until one of them got caught, before eventually being freed by All Might," Mitsuki said, giving Katsuki a strained, exhausted smile. "You had us worried sick." "We're just glad you came straight home," Masaru said, walking over and pulling Katsuki into a hug of his own. All right, off of me," Katsuki muttered, lightly pushing his father off. "I didn't get grabbed at all, had things handled. That other kid kept trying to get me out of the way too, but I would have been able to move out of the way anyway." "Why didn't you try to run off sooner?" Inko asked, her wide, green eyes that looked about ready to cry, looking over Katsuki as if she could get an answer before he even spoke. Inko had often worried over him like she was his parent too, which she practically was at this point. She was as trusted to take him out of school and to anything he needed to go to as much as any of his parents, and fretted over him in a way that any mother would their child. She had been in the Bakugo household for almost 10 years already, having been with them ever since Izuku was taken away from her. Inko hadn't taken well to the incident, having completely shut down for a good month. Getting her to eat was a challenge for days, until that was one of the few things that she had fit into her schedule of going between the couch and her bed, hardly changing unless Mitsuki had gone in and basically done it for Inko. The house had been in a somber mood for a while, and even Katsuki, who was only 5 and was constantly full of energy, no longer came home yelling about what had occurred in the day. It was like walking on eggshells for a long while, everyone nervous to say much of anything out of fear of making things worse. But it wasn't like she was responding to much anyway. It was as if Inko had left with Izuku, but left her body behind. Katsuki, with his limited understanding of the world as little as he had been, had immediately turned his blame to the only place that felt right, Izuku. From what he had heard, the commission had come to ask if Izuku had wanted to be a hero, and Izuku didn't agree with what his mom had said for him. Izuku had said things that made things worse. They were probably the things that Izuku had vented to him about too, things that used to make sense before he saw how much it destroyed Inko. The commission felt like someone to blame too, but it's not like Katsuki had ever seen them. He knew Izuku and Inko, though, and was left to watch as Inko tried to pick up the pieces of herself that left when her son did. Eventually, she had picked herself back up, and Katsuki grew. He grew wiser, taller, understood more. But Izuku wasn't a topic for any of them to bring up. Inko is, after all, an emotional woman who they don't want to set off, not after seeing just how poor of a state she had gone in. This many years later, and Izuku wasn't even mentioned by the Bakugos when they were out of the home, when Inko wasn't going along with them, having decided to stay home. Katsuki still wanted to have answers though. He wanted more, in hopes it would stop the long-burning anger that he had felt against whatever Izuku had said. Whatever made Izuku feel like he had to go rush being a hero, and that Katsuki wasn't good enough to train next to. Katsuki would prove that he didn't need the stupid FING commission to be the best, and he would be even better than whatever Izuku came out of that building to be. Because the other person there was so stuck in their own head that I didn't trust them to take care of their own selves, Katsuki answered, shrugging as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. They fell into a silence for a brief moment, before Mitsuki sighs, and says, "Katsuki, want to come help me make some spicy curry?" "As long as I get to put as much spice as I want to into the whole thing," Katsuki replied, already making his way to the kitchen. He usually liked to help in the kitchen anyway, whether he was getting his way with the spies or not. It was good to know how to cook for himself, and it would be a good distraction from the stupidity of the day. Neither of his parents or Inko were going to hear much more from him about everything that happened in the day. They knew that he was okay, and that was all they needed. The sludge villain hadn't gotten a hold onto Katsuki once, and he would count that as a pretty successful day on his part, and a pathetic attempt on the villains. His day got much better when a majority of the people at the table had to get up and get themselves a cup of milk to go with the curry, and he got to laugh about it. With the completion of dinner, there was also a promise from his mother that he wouldn't be putting spies in the shared food anymore, and would only be making his own servings this spicy. Izuku was still tired and in pain, unable to make himself run any further. In fact, he felt much slower than he was before, as he slowly worked his way through the streets of Mizudafu. The adrenaline from his earlier panic had worn off so quickly, and all of the ache from his injuries and all of the earlier running had settled in. He just had to hope that he was far enough now that All Might would no longer be able to find him. There was no reason to hunt Izuku down anymore, if All Might somehow hadn't figured out who Izuku was, and was actively trying to bring Izuku back to the commission. Izuku messed with the edges of his notebook, quietly flipping the pages in just the corner over and over. With the sun setting, the air was much cooler than it was earlier in the day. That had at least made things a little easier, especially when it came to still wearing the hoodie and sweatpants. It was as he started looking for somewhere he could just sit down for a minute that there was a large gust of wind that flew by him, nearly blowing the notebook out of his hands. He held onto the notebook tightly, not wanting it to slip out of hands yet again today, not wanting to risk it getting into someone else's hands. This was his notebook, with way too much information about his quirk, and an easy way to draw too much attention to himself. Once the wind slowed down, Izuku looked up, taking note of the large silhouette that blocked out a good portion of the setting sun. A silhouette that looked exactly like All Might, with its hands on its hips, and a smile so bright that Izuku could actually see it. And then the person in front of him deflated, looking exactly like the other person Izuku had seen earlier when the sludge had gotten a hold on him. Was that person really All Might? All the signs pointed to the man in front of Izuku being All Might, but it felt so odd to think that the #1 hero could look so drastically different. It was like he was looking at someone who was trying to poorly cosplay the man, make some kind of alternate universe for the #1 hero. Yeah, this person had to be All Might, but that thought still felt so odd. Sorry, All Might said as he started to cough, some drops of blood splattering onto the narrow road that they stood on. He wiped the blood he had coughed into his hand onto his green shorts, before starting to say whatever it was he had tried to find Izuku for. I wanted to tell you that I admired the effort you put into keeping yourself and that other boy safe. And I want to let you know that I realized you were that kid the commission is after right now, so, good job, but I have to take you in now. Good job making yourself even more tired than you were before, to make this all so much easier. Really, did you think you could get away from All Might? Izuku had expected to hear next. Really, Izuku couldn't think of an answer for the man right now, still waiting for the hero to continue. Izuku just slowly blinked, already just about ready to be dragged back to the commission, especially now that he knew All Might's secret. You know, my quirk has been a thing of mystery ever since I got famous as a hero, All Might continued. Not named either, Izuku muttered, rubbing at his eyes, ignoring the way that the small stretching of his skin hurt the scrapes on his face. People have been trying to guess. Where was this going? Oh God, is All Might about to make sure that he has no chance of getting out of the commission's building by knowing too many secrets? And then it'll be too dangerous to let him out? He'll know too much. Is this the symbol of peace's version of revenge after Izuku ran off so much today? At this point just go ahead and take me back, Izuku said, at the same time that All Might said, I wanted to know if you would accept my power. What? Both of them said at the same time, expressions going blank as they stared at one another. That silence lasted for a while, up until All Might cleared his throat, and said, my quirk has been something passed down from generation to generation. After seeing the way you, a boy who looked to protect a complete stranger well, not a stranger halfway into the fight, but go off, when the villain you had just been attacked by was after you again, you not only looked out for your own life, but the life of others, and did so successfully. And the way you were willing to put yourself on the line if it meant others were safe, I wondered what was going through your head then. Well, I just kinda knew that it was more after me wait, what's going on here? Young man, I wanted to know if you would like to inherit my quirk. A quirk meant to destroy the evil of this world, one for all. Once more, a silence went between the two of them, before Izuku just started to nervously laugh. See, I'm going to assume I'm just way too tired right now, and have heard things completely wrong here. But if anything went along the lines of, would you like to inherit my quirk, my answer is, no. Was this some kind of way to trick Izuku into thinking he'd be safe with All Might? That he'd be trained by All Might? Oh, he can't even beat that one guy, and he doesn't even have as much muscle as All Might. Oh God, he couldn't handle starting to lose that hard. But you know what, I really should go. With newfound energy, Izuku started to run off, holding his notebook even tighter as he waved back at All Might, saying, don't worry, my lips are sealed. Whatever you may or may not have said, I swear that information is going nowhere. And Izuku left a confused All Might in the middle of the street, the tall and lanky man looking smaller and smaller as Izuku got further and further, turning the corner onto another street. Well, clearly it was much harder to get All Might off of his trail than he had hoped. Izuku continued to desperately run through one street after the next, keeping to the alleyways as best as he could. In his desperate attempt to finally get away, turning had become increasingly difficult and more frustrating, as he often found himself running into a building, or skidding a little too far from where he was hoping to turn to. But at some point, he couldn't bring himself to run anymore. It had become too much again, and he quickly found himself laying on the ground in an alley, but just close enough to an opening to the street that he could still peer into the empty and oddly silent street. And then his wheezing was interrupting that silence, as he curled in on himself as he continued to cough for 1 minute after the next. Everything was hurting badly, but he couldn't let himself be out in the open like this. It was too dangerous with All Might in the city, and if Izuku couldn't find somewhere to hide so that he could rest, he wouldn't even be able to fight back when he was inevitably dragged back to the commission by a hero. The coughing fit had gone on for so long that Izuku's eyes watered, a few tears already having fallen, but he still shakily tried to stand himself back up. Izuku had to be able to find somewhere, and there was one building just across the street that had started to look promising. It was risky, after how much noise he knew he had been making when it was already so quiet over here. But it was the fact that it was so quiet that gave him hope that he had finally found somewhere perfect to hide. The sun had finally set, and a few street lamps lit up. Others seemed completely out of order, while a couple others flickered as they made an attempt to still do their job. It would probably have been creepy if it wasn't for the fact that it had hinted towards being an abandoned street, somewhere that Izuku could most likely find some place to safely hide in. After being able to take a few minutes to make an attempt to catch his breath again, the few minutes he spent on the ground, finally hardly moving at all, made things a bit easier to move. He couldn't stop the way everything shook, but he could work with it. There was an apartment building that he had his eyes on, where not a single light was on. From the outside, the condition of it didn't seem to be too poor. The inside would have to wait until Izuku got there. Making sure that there was nobody out on the street first, he walked as quickly as he could manage, crossing the road and making his way to the apartments. Once he had reached the building, he let himself start to move slower. Most of his energy was about to go to the stairs, after all, in hopes that he could find more safety further away from the ground. Working his way up the stairs almost felt like torture with the way it made every muscle in his leg burn. But he was making himself go through it for a reason, and it was him keeping himself reminded of that fact that kept him from just passing out on the stairs. It was on the 3rd floor that he started testing the doors, finding most of them unlocked. None of them felt like the safest place, however. They seemed to be places that most other people would think to check, to be nosy and look into themselves. So he kept going, eyes already set on a certain door, somewhere between the end and middle of this floor, where there was almost no reason to check them due to the lack of stairs at that end. Once he reached it, he quickly made his way in, shutting the door behind him and letting his eyes adjust to the darker space. The apartment was dimly lit by the moonlight that poured through the windows, lighting everything as best as it could. The layout, from what Izuku could see, reminded him of the apartment that he had lived in with his mom. He may not remember most of the years in it, but he remembered enough of that brief PRD to at least have memorized the layout. Trudging his way into one of the bedrooms, he began to test the light switch, and finding that it didn't work, much as he had expected it to. He moved to test other things in the apartment, trying to see what all functioned and what didn't. The water, much to his own shock, worked. He didn't necessarily trust it, but it was hopefully a good sign, something that would work in his favor later. It wasn't much, but for now, it was the absolute perfect place for him to hide. There was some abandoned furniture in the building he had taken up, and he hoped that other buildings may have more, that way he could try to at least make an attempt at turning this into something comfortable to stay in. It wasn't like he had money to work with, so he had to work with what he could find. Comfort wasn't on the top of his list of things to get, but it would be nice. And if it came free, he didn't see why he should have too much of an issue. Though, like he didn't trust the water, he didn't entirely trust the building either. He wasn't aware of how long this building had been abandoned, or even why. And if the whole street was as abandoned as it looked, there must have been a good reason nobody was living in it. Izuku couldn't complain. Not when he finally had someplace safe, no matter how many health concerns it may provide. Then the common train of thought over the past 24 hours came back to practically crash onto him again. He had no plan. He had basically no money left, nothing he could survive off of. And even if he did have money, the lack of power meant that there was no place to store any food that was actually good for him. There was no place to keep it cool, nor did he have something that could warm it when he was ready to eat it. Speaking of food, all of that running had made it feel like he hadn't eaten anything. His stomach continuously growled at him, and had quickly become the only noise Izuku could hear in the silence, other than his own breathing, and the way his feet slid against the ground with each step, too tired to lift them much further. Izuku held his notebook close to his chest, warily eyeing the feather that laid between the pages. It was a sign that he still had Keigo in his corner, that his closest friend would still have some sort of way to find him. It would be dangerous for Keigo to come here, dangerous for the both of them, abandoned or not. So Izuku didn't have his hopes up too high that Keigo would suddenly fly in hopes of getting his hands on the feather that he had left with Izuku, and able to hand over even more cash. Money that would hopefully last Izuku a week, that time. Till that time comes. But there was nobody else that Izuku could think to turn to right now. There was no other safe option for him, so he had top hope for the best. He had to hope that the painful grumbling in his stomach, and the way that it made him feel almost sick, would be able to come to an end soon. He had to hope that Keigo would come flying in, able to help Izuku in the ways he needed most. He trudged back towards one of the bedrooms, leaning against the wall, and slowly sliding down. The moment he was sitting on the floor, he could already feel sleep taking over, and how he basically passed out the moment he rested his head on his knees. The way he had been woken up hadn't exactly been the best method. In fact, it was more annoying than anything. It was still beyond dark out, and the high-pitched screaming was not the wake-up call he had been hoping for. He rubbed at his tired eyes, somewhat taking note of how warm his face felt. But he chalked that up to the fact that he had been sleeping with his head against his knees, and had basically buried his face. Izuku's neck was taking its turn to cramp, and his knees and back weren't too happy at his attempt to sleep in a way that made him a little more comfortable mentally. That way he knew he wasn't entirely on a dirty floor. There was a huge difference between just sitting on it, and then letting his face be so close to it. If he could get his hands on some cleaner, he would probably find himself emptying the entirety of the bottle, and still wondering if the floor was clean enough to lay on. He groggily pushed himself off of the floor, fingers gripping tightly onto the nearby windowsill. As he got up, he peered through the window, just barely being able to catch a woman running down the street, holding her purse close to her chest as she ran. She kept looking back to see just how far her pursuer was, but Izuku knew that that would probably get whoever it was closer to her at a much faster rate than they may have. The person in pursuit only had one direction to face, after all, and she couldn't keep to a good pace if she was looking over her shoulder over and over. And then Izuku turned to see who was chasing after her. A man with a knife in hand, who seemed to have put much more muscle to his arms than he did his legs. The chase was probably going on for a while, as they both looked pretty tired. Really, what was his reason for chasing her that long? What was he so desperately after that he would exhaust the both of them? He wouldn't be able to get far if he was tired as well, and that was something Izuku had really been able to learn over the past 24 hours. Izuku really thought he knew what exhaustion had felt like before. Clearly he wasn't trained as hard as he could have been. The woman screamed again, glancing back once more as Izuku continued to watch out the window. Really, what was he doing still standing here? Hadn't he been trained to deal with criminals? And if something like murder were to happen on the street, or the woman's things were stolen and the heroes and police came to investigate, see if they could find the thief with her missing things in one of the abandoned buildings? After all, this could be the perfect place for the man to hide, and a perfect place to investigate if the woman didn't mention that she was chased onto the street. Though, there was also the thought that not only was everything still in pain, and his entire body practically screaming at him to just go to bed, but what if police and heroes investigated just because they heard that someone had basically come out of nowhere and took down the villain? Vigilante cases were something that Izuku had been briefly taught about, and they used to be taken very seriously. The rules had slacked a bit lately, around the time that Lady Nagant was locked away, but was still a crime and would be investigated nonetheless. Izuku letting himself get started in vigilantism so close to where he was trying to rest would be beyond risky, especially after literally every moment with the sludge villain, but he would feel worse if something happened to the woman. With a sigh, he started to make his way out of the apartment, already trying to think of the best way to handle the situation, the best route to catch up to the two people running as quickly as possible, but with as little effort as he possibly could. Really, there weren't many routes he could take without exhausting himself all over again. Despite how every muscle screamed in protest, he started to run, keeping himself on the other side of the buildings, that way he couldn't be seen coming, and could better the chances of him being able to get away with this. The woman's often scream for help kept him knowing just how close he was getting, even without being able to see her. It was at the moment that all he needed to do was turn the corner, and he could be just a slight ways ahead of them that he heard the scream of terror, and the victorious shout from what Izuku was very quickly assuming to be the villain in this situation. Well, it had looked it from the start, but Izuku wasn't just going to immediately assume, even if his initial plan had been to stop the man. With how desperately the man was chasing the woman, Izuku was partially assuming that she was the thief, and he was just trying to get something important back. Then again, the knife being held in the man's hand should have been an obvious sign. Now that he thought about it, the chase had probably only been going on for so long because the man's face was completely uncovered, and there was a possibility that the woman could have given an accurate description to get him arrested. Which only led to the fact that he was most likely going to kill her once he got his hands on whatever he wanted in the bag. Izuku had given himself the element of surprise in the situation, though not as ideally as he had hoped. He had hoped that they were still on their feet, running. That way Izuku could just quickly take down the man as he tried to run past the alleyway. But that wasn't how it had worked, and Izuku needed to be quick to get the man off of the woman, and quickly take the knife out of his hand. The knife was easy enough, with the arm raised and all. Even with Izuku almost certainly running well within the man's peripheral vision, he hadn't reacted quick enough to stop Izuku, far too focused on trying to stab the woman. All it took was a quick grab and twist of the hand, and then a hard kick to the man's chin to release the knife from the formerly tight grip, and to make the man scramble backwards just a bit. Izuku held the knife tightly, and watched through his peripheral vision as the woman tried to get more distance between herself and the man. Though Izuku knew he couldn't spend much time focused on her. If he had learned anything in his training, he knew that once he had the upper hand, he couldn't hesitate, couldn't let there be any given opening. Standing here and giving the man a second to process what had happened wasn't something he was going to let himself do, especially not in the state he was in. If he died here, there was no way that he could just lay here and hope to recover, because surely someone would be reporting things. So Izuku moved quickly and kicked the man in the head again. He kicked hard, until he knew the man was knocked out. He was worried for a minute that he would have gone too far, but the woman who still had yet to run off was already reaching for her purse, where she would presumably have a phone. Still scared, she eyed Izuku warily as she continued to back up, trying to take deep breaths after all the running Izuku had assumed she was doing, probably hoping that Izuku was only here to stop the villain from chasing her, not try to rob her like the other villain was. He didn't blame her for constantly backing up, as he probably would have if he was in her shoes. So he took a step back, which seemed to help a bit, as she finally stopped backing up, but still frantically dug through her purse. "You can call in for a villain attack, right?" Izuku asked, turning to sit next to the villain, make sure he really was knocked out, and not just waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack Izuku and win. The woman nodded, finally finding her phone now that she had calmed down enough to properly look. She was quick to open her phone, tapping away for a few moments, before Izuku heard the sound of the phone waiting to be picked up on the other end. While he waited, not willing to just leave her here by herself, not until he knew that there would be help on the way, he looked over the villain, trying to see if there was any other threat to him. Trying to see if there was anything else as well. Because would it really hurt to steal from a thief? Sure, that would mean he was stealing too, but in a way, it was more karma to the villain who started it anyway. And that was when he realized that he had already gotten himself started on a path towards vigilantism, and was very closely towing the line between that and villainy. But within all fairness, he was 14, and didn't have any way to get money, nor get food tomorrow. Food, something that he genuinely needed, especially after all of the energy he had wasted just in the past day alone. Surely a small act of thievery from someone who's already being called in as a villain won't be too much of an issue? Then the phone was answered, and the woman spoke quickly. Hello, yes, I was being chased by a villain, trying to steal my purse. Yes, they were armed. No, I'm not sure if he was using a quirk. Yes, I think I'm okay now. There was a boy that came in and stopped the villain when he was trying to stab me. The name of the boy? Well, he didn't expect that. Legally and everything, it made sense, and he wouldn't technically be in trouble for this, especially since it was a one-time thing. Sure, there might be a small lecture about how he shouldn't do it with what all he had been taught about the legality of citizens taking the job of heroes and police into their own hands, but that would mean he'd be close to the commission again. His name could officially go down as someone who had been here, and he couldn't have that. "What's your name?" the woman asks, holding her hand to her phone as she looks up at him. He panics, trying to think of something quick. "Bob." "Sheet, something believable would have been better." "Bob Nakamura," Izuku quickly rushed out. Maybe it would be more believable with the combination of names, that way he could maybe just seem like he had an American parent who named him, or something. The woman looks at him skeptically for a moment, before repeating the name into her phone, and then giving her own. Izuku then takes that moment, looking away from her in shame of the poor lie, and spots the wallet in the villain's back pocket. The street name? Ah, the woman looks around as does Izuku, who points as he says, looks like the closest sign is at the end of the street. If she gets up to go look, walks away from Izuku and the villain, he can get away, and she won't see where he went. He could just keep an eye out from the apartment, make sure everything really does go okay. Sure, the direction he pointed her in was in the direction of the apartments, but he can take his time walking there this time, and then she won't spot him when she inevitably comes back once he's worked his way between the buildings once more, keeping to the opposing side of the street they were on. And then she did get up, walking past the both of them as she went to look at the street sign. Izuku acted quickly, opening the wallet as quickly as he could, and taking out a large portion of the cash. He wasn't going to take all of it, that way it wouldn't look entirely suspicious. And if he left the wallet, then there would be a way to identify the man. Not taking the entire wallet left him at risk of being found stealing, but he could act quickly and take the necessary risk for his own sake. After all, the street sign was still a good deal away. And if she wanted to make sure that she got the name right, didn't make an attempt to read it and hope she got it right when it was so important to give the correct street, then she would have to be much closer. Izuku quickly closed the wallet and placed it back in the man's pocket. He even checked around for other weapons, that way he could leave the knife with the villain as proof, except for the fact that his fingerprints were definitely on it now too. And when they searched for a Bob Nakamura and found nothing, fingerprints would probably be one of the things they quickly searched for if the woman mentioned that Izuku had held the knife too. Well, it was coming with him. There were no other weapons. He spared one quick glance in the woman's direction, relieved that she was still walking towards the sign, before he turned and ran back to go along the path he came here with. Izuku didn't run for long, starting to walk the rest of the way as he pocketed the knife and money he had quickly grabbed. Izuku didn't bother to check what all he was grabbing, but he would have to hope that this was enough for another meal at least. More than that if he got lucky. After all, a thief could either be holding a lot of money, or hardly any. People usually didn't just steal for no reason, after all. He heard the woman on the other street, still talking on the phone as she said, "Yes, the kid ran away. No, I didn't see where he went. The villain is still there, yes. Police at a minimum would be here soon, if a hero didn't quickly swoop in to make sure the woman stayed safe, already having taken late-night patrols to guarantee that even the citizens at night would stay safe. This was the hour of underground heroes, and they especially could be trusted to deal with just about any issue when they were doing this job solely because they wanted to be a hero and not the fame. The fame that they often hid from. At the thought of it, and the powerful underground heroes he had heard of in some of his heroics lessons, he walked just a little bit faster. Getting back into the building, when he knew that the woman was probably still looking in hopes of spotting him for whoever she was on the phone with, it made getting back into the building a little more difficult, and a lot more exhausting. He was sure the apartments weren't as creepy when it wasn't dark and there was sunlight pouring through all the windows, but he did have to climb on each balcony, getting a good view into each dark apartment, and hope that there weren't other people hiding in them as he slowly climbed to the third floor. Izuku had done training with climbing things quickly, as it was already known that he was looking into underground heroics, and one of their biggest things with being stealthy and hidden was to stay on the rooftops. But he was slow tonight, as every single limb was just about ready to give up on him. His arms, that thankfully hadn't been doing too much over the past 24 hours, really were carrying him to the top, as his legs all but screamed at him. But he reached the third floor, right at the apartment he had been staying in, and quietly made his way into the building. Izuku quickly walked through the bedroom he had been staying in, peering out of it to try and see the villain and woman. The villain continued to lay on the ground, unmoving other than his breathing. The woman continued to keep her distance, clutching her purse close to her chest. He couldn't hear anything from where he was, and trusted that he could finally let out the coughs that his throat had been waiting for. With how badly they were starting to hurt, he couldn't help but almost fully curl up on the ground again. Despite hardly exerting himself this time, it was just hurting worse. The painful coughing had, in general, just been getting worse through the day. He had assumed at first that it was from being out of breath for so long, but he was starting to wonder if it was the sludge villain. He buried his face into the crook of his elbow, hoping that it would muffle it enough just in case he could be here. After all, he wasn't too aware of how well the sound would travel through the very silent street. Izuku had heard the woman screaming after all, and had been loud enough to wake him up. By the time he crawled back over to the windowsill, he saw what looked to be a hero already standing next to the woman, checking on her while he fully apprehended the villain. There was someone there, and the woman was safe. It was too dark to check the money he had collected, so he knew that it would have to wait until the morning. For now, all he wanted to do was sleep. But he had to keep an ear out at least for when the hero would be gone, and he would trust it to be safer for him to get the sleep he wanted so badly. A few minutes later, he heard a car driving down the street, and peered out the window to see that it was the police car he had been waiting to see. There were a few words exchanged between the hero and officer that stepped out of the car, before the hero went to take what seemed to be his capture weapon off of the villain, while the officer replaced the capture scarf with HNDCFFS, and then stuffed the villain into the car. Another few minutes later, and the hero was walking the woman home, Izuku would hope, and the officer returned to his car to drive off. The street returned to complete silence once more, and Izuku let himself all but collapse onto the ground. Everything just felt too heavy, and it really was about time he got that sleep he wanted. Waking up, everything felt so much worse. His lungs were burning, and everything continued to feel just as heavy as they did before he went to sleep, if not worse. The only moving he could bring himself to do for a long while was rolling over, so that he could comfortably cough into his arm once more. The blood that he had coughed up wasn't helping him feel any bit more secure about the day. He didn't even bother to check the money in his pocket yet, as he quickly started to come down the face that he was sick. It was most likely the sludge still remaining in his lungs, all the stuff he couldn't cough up. And he was beyond hungry too, but probably wouldn't even be able to walk himself to the door, let alone to someplace open and cheap. He would be sitting on the floor, hungry and probably dying for days. He didn't know just how sick someone could get with things stuck in their lungs, but blood definitely wasn't a sign of anything good. Really, if he was dying anyway, he could only think of one solution to fix things for now. And overall, fix them with less suffering. He crawled over to his notebook, breathing raspy as he tried to bite back a cough this time, flipping through some of the earlier pages in his notebook. The handwriting was much messier, as expected of a younger child. All of these were back when his deaths were simpler, when the adults would come in and help him with his notes, let him look over their own so that he could copy them down for his own use. This whole notebook was supposed to be his future reference for when he got into the world of heroics, and would start to distance himself from the commission, other than to often report back to them for secret missions, as Keigo had been. He wasn't supposed to be needing it this early. And then he had found what he needed, and was suddenly beyond grateful that he kept the knife that the villain had held. He had to make sure he was at least a little hidden though, that way he could guarantee that nobody just briefly peering into the apartments could see him. So Izuku crawled into the closet, holding the knife in his right hand as tightly as he could manage. His notebook was also held close, and he shakily grabbed all of the money that he had stuffed into his pockets, hiding it between the pages. Keigo's feathers still sat there too, so bright against all of the dull colors in the apartment. Izuku forced himself up for a moment, to put the notebook on the shelf in the closet, before he let himself fall to the ground once more. He tossed the hoodie up there as best as he could, grateful that it had at least landed on the shelf halfway. If this was his only set of clothes he could safely wear for now, he couldn't let it be a bloody mess. Not when he would need to go out and get some food when he woke up from this. There were the clothes he ran away in, should the mess be too bad. But if anything, the hoodie had to survive. He buried himself deeper into the closet, closing the door as he kept one hand right on the artery he needed in the opposing arm. He continued to hold the knife in said hand, before he took in a deep breath, and cut right where he had been holding it. It didn't take long to die, as he had hoped. Things faded quickly, and he could trust he would be awake again soon enough. He would be awake, and the only pressing issue by that point would be hunger. Even then, it wouldn't be bad enough by the time he woke up, because his quirk would fight that too. He had been starved to death before, after all. It really had been an excruciating time for that one, but he knew that he would at least wake up and be able to move enough to get food. Sure enough, he woke up just about as he expected to, hungry, though less hungry than before, but a bloody mess. After cutting such a vital artery, where it could kill him as quickly as it did, it was only expected that it left a pool of blood. The sweatpants were beyond saving, so he already expected to need to change into the pair that he had run away in. The shirt, on the other hand, was okay. He felt significantly better, and knew he could come back later and fulfill the extra sleep he wanted, after his quirk had already put in the effort to use a good deal of energy to bring him back from the dead. Izuku would also start sleeping in the other room, until he could get the things he needed to clean the puddle of blood. He could get most of it with the already ruined sweatpants, but it wouldn't pick up all of it. He just hoped that it would be picked up enough that it didn't start drawing in a lot of bugs or something, if the apartment didn't already have them. The apartment felt a lot more peaceful with the light leaking through the windows, and he knew he would actually want to start looking into the other apartments and see what all he could find. He picked himself up off the ground, picking up the knife with him, and setting it on the shelf that his notebook and hoodie had been quickly placed on. It had most likely been days since his death, but hopefully no more than 3. He couldn't have Keigo worrying too much in case he was actually out there looking for Izuku, taking a risk to make sure that Izuku would have something to take care of himself. As Izuku picked up his notebook, leaving the notebook on the shelf for now, he also realized, getting a better look at the shelf, that he didn't keep his old clothes. Between sickness and absolute exhaustion, he had put too much hope in himself for trying to think of a way to get around the death he needed to just get done and over with. He might as well just make sure that they're entirely covered in blood, that way they're entirely red, and he could get away with it a bit better, with a little less suspicion. On the other hand, that meant food would have to wait longer, while he let the pants dry as much as they could. Izuku had really set himself up, hadn't he? It would already be bad enough to walk out in what would look like pajamas, draw some attention to him, but to be covered in blood? He was destined to continue to be hungry. He grumbled to himself in frustration, before he flipped through the pages of his notebook, pulling out the money he had collected, and starting to count it out. Much to his surprise, he had grabbed enough for a good few meals, and could even sacrifice a meal for a change of pants, if he managed to find something big enough for cheap. Maybe the borderline for vigilantism and villainy was really the best way to survive. He wouldn't willingly keep thinking of it being borderline villainy, but he would definitely accept it as vigilantism. His key to survival right now, especially if it was going to start getting him enough meals for the day, and a bit extra to sacrifice. It took a long while, but soon enough, his pants were dry enough and didn't look too suspicious. His stomach was growling over and over, but he could finally go out and find someplace to fix that. The feather in his notebook moved occasionally, and Izuku took that as his sign to look for Keigo on his way around outside too. Things may not have been going too well lately, but he could at least see that the way he was going to try to continuously survive was looking better. He could finally see how long of a streak he could get of living, see how much he could survive when the commission wasn't keeping him in waiting for the next death. Izuku could hopefully find a general peace out here, as soon as he knew that he could continue to keep out of the commission's annoying radar. Keigo had been trying to keep things going as normal as possible lately. As in, avoiding most of the investigating towards Izuku's disappearance. In fact, he had been more dedicated to basically any other work, while still trying to take random flights at night so it wouldn't be too obvious that he was intentionally avoiding looking for Izuku. After all, the commission had eyes everywhere. It was rather difficult to do anything without being noticed. Getting Izuku into Mizudafu had already been a big enough risk, but he was well aware that it wasn't nearly far enough. There were less commissioners stationed there, but there were heroes. Though, knowing that the commission wasn't exactly sending heroes in Izuku's direction yet, other than Keigo himself, had proven to help relax. Up until he realized that Izuku hadn't been moving for a while, or the notebook hadn't, at least. He had tried to move the notebook around, even taking a risk to move the feather out from between the pages, finding that he was just stuck in a small, cramped space. Wherever it was, Keigo just had to hope that it was some kind of place Izuku could stay safe in. Once another day had passed, he took the risk to fly into Mizudafu. There still hadn't been any movement, and it hadn't made Keigo any less nervous. He started trying to stick around places that he often enjoyed sitting around at when his patrol would lead into Mizudafu, hoping that Izuku would be able to find them, thinking that they would be good spots to find Keigo at. There was still just the hope that the notebook was sitting somewhere for safekeeping, that way it wouldn't be put to much risk. It was that hope that kept him from just going to find the feather, busting down whatever doors he needed to in the process. Besides, he wasn't sure how much money he had given Izuku, but he doubted that the boy was able to get much and would surely be starting to get hungry. Then there was the moment that he had walked into the commission president's office, as she and a few other commission members were looking over things. They had stopped talking quickly, that way the commission president could talk to Keigo about what it was he had come to report, but not quick enough that he hadn't heard there was an incident in Mizudafu earlier. I don't want to believe he got that far, but it's worth looking into, before Keigo had opened the door. It was after that he started looking into whatever the Mizudafu incident was, and had basically slammed his head onto his desk at his agency when he looked up Mizudafu incidents from the past couple days. Of course it was an incident where All Might was involved, with one of the kids that was caught in the videos and pictures from the surrounding crowd looking like Izuku. There was no real way to confirm it, with all footage being too blurry, or missing out on Izuku's face entirely, but Keigo just had a feeling. It didn't help that most of the footage was of the kid in the hoodie trying to protect the other, dragging them out of the way of the sludge villain. And then All Might had stepped in, and most of the footage ended. If the commission couldn't figure it out, then Izuku would have gotten extremely lucky. Though, this made any attempts to try to get to Izuku all the more difficult. The commission could be turning their eyes to the city, sending more of the security in the building, who was already sent to look for him, on their way to start searching any possible place that a kid without money could be hiding. Despite how Keigo was doing his best to help, there was really only so much a 14-year-old kid could do for himself. He had thought at first that Izuku may find his way back to his mother, but realized the next day that Izuku was too smart to make a choice like that, would expect the commission to think he would do that. Keigo couldn't personally check, as he had no clue where the Midoriyas had lived before, or if Izuku's mother was even living in the same apartment anymore, but with the fact that the commission hadn't found Izuku yet, it was safe to bet that he hadn't gone to either place. More time had passed, and the commission president herself had even asked Keigo to start shifting his patrols further into Mizudafu. This meant that she would definitely be keeping a closer eye on him while he was in the city, and that risks were all the more difficult to take. They were definitely suspecting Izuku to be here, and Keigo couldn't just let things be obvious. Eventually, when his shifts for patrol were over, he made sure to hide as many feathers as he could, keeping a good amount hidden in his jacket, before going to the bank to draw out some more money. It would be known that he was here by the people who worked at the bank that night, but there would be significantly less people who would recognize him, which meant less chances that the commission would know in time. He walked out with an envelope full of money, stuffing it safely into one of his jacket pockets, which he always made sure could zip up so he didn't run the risk of losing anything, and made his way to his bed for the night. Then it was the next morning, and Keigo was once more on an adventure to find Izuku. Not for the commission. Never for the commission. He needed to find Izuku for Izuku's sake. It was sometime in the afternoon, on the other end of the city, with Keigo's continuous focus on the one feather he hadn't had in days, that Keigo could feel the feather finally move. It had been taken out from between the notebook's pages, and was moving somewhere. Keigo couldn't hunt it down quite yet, because he had to finish his patrol route in Mizudafu first. Then it could be an easy excuse to go on a lunch break, to go fly away from his usual course. The route he was taking to find Izuku had to be finished though. Keigo would just have to keep tabs on where the feather went until then. As Keigo finished up his route, the feather hadn't strayed too far, but also didn't stay at any place for too long. When the feather seemed to go into a building, it just quickly went from place to place, before making its way out. It didn't go to too many places. And then the final one was somewhere that the feather seemed to stay at, and just in time for Keigo to have finished his route, which he had slightly broken in an attempt to be at least a bit closer. If anyone was keeping their eyes on him, it would hopefully look less obvious that he had a specific area that was now only about halfway across the city. Of course, if it still seemed that way, hopefully whoever was looking would assume that he just had a very specific restaurant in mind. Keigo flew as fast as he could without looking too suspicious, that way he could hopefully catch Izuku before he went anywhere, if it really was Izuku with the feather, and not someone who had just found Izuku's notebook and decided to take the feather out of curiosity. Much to Keigo's relief, it was a restaurant. How Izuku went so long with whatever money Keigo had handed him, Keigo wouldn't know, but he would hopefully be able to get some answers. But if he didn't, he would at least make sure Izuku got the good amount of money that Keigo had been putting together the past few days. It would hopefully last Izuku a while, seeing as Keigo often enjoyed getting to indulge himself in a luxury every so often, and found himself at fancy restaurants more often than not for commission business. So if all of those hardly felt like a dent in Keigo's bank account as a top 10 ranked hero, then this amount would surely last Izuku a long while for necessities. Not to mention, Keigo had hopes to give Izuku more money every week, find a way to discreetly meet, or find somewhere that he could leave the money safely for Izuku to grab later. It was a small restaurant, with everything cheaply priced, but still coming in pretty good portions. Whatever this place was, it was quiet, and was a really good spot for Izuku to find to guarantee he could get some food. It didn't take him long to find Izuku, who was just sitting in a corner, knees to his chest as he looked out a window, hopefully waiting on some food to come to him. If not, Keigo would definitely order food for him on the spot. Keigo had come in from the other direction, where Izuku wasn't looking, so it didn't seem like Izuku had noticed him yet, up until Keigo had the feather in Izuku's pocket fly right back to his wings, once more joining the many feathers that he controlled at will. Izuku quickly turned in the direction that the feather had flown, before his face lit up as he saw Keigo. Well, it was a relief that Izuku wasn't upset at him after taking so long to get to him. With nobody else in the restaurant, other than who Keigo would assume to be the cooks, who were hidden in the kitchen, Keigo gave Izuku a small wave and smile, before continuing his path to the counter. Once he reached it, it didn't take long for someone to come out with a smile of their own, their customer service face ready before it shifted to genuine shock as they exclaimed, "Hawks? Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here. We're not used to such major heroes making their way all the way out here." Keigo chuckled in amusement, before he said, "What can I say? I'm just curious and fly wherever my wings take me. I like to give everything a chance." "Well, we're honored to have you here," they reply. "What can we get you today?" Keigo took a look at the menu, looking for whatever was the most complicated, and could buy him the most time, let his and Izuku's discussion be as private as possible. As soon as he determined what would take the longest to cook, he made his request for the meal, to which the person tried to give him an estimated time for the meal, before retreating back into the kitchen to prepare it. And with that, once the doors were shut, Keigo basically bolted over to Izuku's table as he said, "Kid, we have to be quick with this. Did you find somewhere, and have you been safe?" Izuku spoke quickly in response, slightly faster than what Keigo had. If it wasn't for the fact that Keigo had listened to Izuku's mumbling rambles over and over the years, he probably would have had some difficulty separating the words. But he very clearly was able to hear the yes and no. "Well, technically yes to both lately, because I'm fine now." Keigo's eyebrow raised, waiting for Izuku to continue in the couple of seconds that Keigo had been given to process the reply and possibly summon a response. "Okay, so honestly, the money didn't last long, but I did manage to get somewhere to stay for day one, as well as a change of clothes. The next day, I managed to get one meal, but everything was going wrong. There was this sludge villain Dash. So it was you. I hate that you know about it, but you told me to be quick about this. So quiet. Anyway, I got attacked by it, and it tried to take over my body or something. But then All Might came to save me, and I panicked, 'cause you said to trust nobody, and I didn't know if he recognized me or not. So I panicked and accidentally took half of the sludge, and then ran into someone I knew in my childhood. God, I hope he didn't recognize me. But then the sludge got out and went after both of us. You probably know how that went if you know about it. All Might found me again, and I still don't know if he recognized me or not. By that point it was time for dinner, and I was all out of money, so there was no way I could get food. You're in a change of clothes from the footage I saw in the sludge incident though? And the clothes you ran away in? You're here too? How Dash? Shush. I'm about to explain it. Okay, anyway, I kept running until I was ready to collapse, and then I found something. I tried to sleep, some villain chasing someone woke me up, I got away with some minor vigilantism, and stole some money. You what? Keigo's jaw dropped in shock as he stared at the kid so dedicated to heroics, who was confessing to doing two of the things that the commission seemed to hate the most. Keigo had expected Izuku to have some kind of rebellion against the commission eventually, but not like that. I had to, Izuku whisper-shouted. And it was from the villain, who was trying to steal anyway. Just consider it karma to the villain. Then I went back to bed, and woke up realizing I was actually really sick. Like I was coughing up blood, sick. I don't think I had coughed up all the sludge at that point, so it just quickly made things make a turn for the worse. So before you ask, I killed myself to get it out of my system, get over the sickness. I stole a knife from the villain too. It was the best bet I had so I wouldn't go hungry while dying of sickness. I'd be more disturbed by that if I didn't know that your big thing is to keep coming back from the dead. But you have that whole notebook full of ways to die, and you couldn't find something to take less time? You made sure it was something quick, right? That way your body didn't need as much energy? I basically had zero energy at that point. I was exhausted and spent so much of it running, while also running off of one meal. I don't even know how long I was out, but I know that it would have taken less time if I had actually gotten good sleep and enough food in my system. I woke up today. Okay, well, you weren't out too long for having that little amount of saved up energy. I know when you stopped going anywhere, at least. And you know that you were only gone from the commission for about a day before you died. Now, why did you get more clothes with the stolen money, instead of saving it for more food? Well, I forgot I didn't keep my old clothes, and made a really bloody mess out of my pants. I actually needed something new. And then the kitchen doors opened, with a different person coming out to hand Izuku his plate of food. It wasn't much, especially if this was really Izuku's first meal in days. Sure, it would be a start, so Izuku turned towards the person and said, "Could you get another one for him? I'll pay for it." "Of course," they replied with a smile, before retreating back into the kitchen. When Keigo looked back towards Izuku, the boy was already quickly eating what he had, despite how steam was still very visibly coming off of the food. It was only when he was about halfway through that he looked back up at Keigo, before he said through a mouthful of food, "What? I'm hungry. I've been awake for hours, waiting for those stupid pants to dry." Keigo just shook his head, before shrugging as he said, "How's the place you found?" Izuku took that as his turn to shrug, saying, "Not the worst. There's running water, but I don't really trust it. I think some of the commissions. Lessons in what I thought were some of the most random things for the fact I was going into heroics could help me set up something, because I would like to get some of the things, like a fridge working again. But I need money for that." The boy didn't even need to look at Keigo long, clearly with the hope that Keigo had come with something for him. If Izuku keeps up with the cheap meals on the menu, this money could probably last Izuku a good month, if he was determined to work on the place he found with the money he was given. It was almost a little too like Izuku to start looking into things that didn't benefit his health first. The commission's tests definitely didn't help with the behavior. Keigo was quick to pull the envelope out of his pocket, handing to Izuku as he said, "Just be careful with it. It should last you a while, but I'll try to give you more next week. I'm trying to make sure we see each other as little as possible." Izuku just gave a disappointed nod in understanding as he quickly put the envelope in his own pocket. Keigo was really the only person that Izuku could definitely trust right now, and that was something Keigo wished he could fix right now, especially since Keigo wasn't even that safe right now to be around. If it wasn't the commission already keeping an eye out on him, it would be the mass amount of people who knew him, especially for his placement in the top 10 ranks. The interactions here at the restaurant had already proven that. Speaking of seeing people, from what I've been told by the commission, they're not sending a lot of heroes after you. So far, it's just commission members and me. I don't know if it's changed much, because they're only suggesting patrol routes right now. The commission president is hardly giving me the time of day right now, especially ever since I last tried to ask her about any leads she may have on you, Keigo explained. "So, still don't trust much of anyone?" Izuku asked, turning back towards his food. "Right, sorry kid. It's fine I guess. I'll just find some way to waste time. The apartment is a good start, get it all cleaned up so I'm not worried about getting sick again, but by just falling asleep on the floor." And then finally, Keigo's food had come out, being placed right in front of him with a warm smile. They didn't talk too much more past that point. As Keigo was finishing up with his own food, and Izuku starting on his second serving, Keigo ruffled Izuku's hair, and then said, "When you find some way to store food safely, make sure that you're not just getting junk food. I know full control over your meals may be exciting, but take care of yourself." "I'll try," Izuku replies, before taking another mouthful of food. Keigo already had his doubts that Izuku wouldn't get a bunch of junk food. But if he did, Keigo wouldn't entirely blame the boy. After all, it was easy to store, usually not needing to be kept cool or warmed up when ready to be eaten. And coming in something tightly sealed in what Keigo was assuming to be abandoned apartments was an easy, safe thing to bet on. As long as Izuku made sure to get something good for him every so often, with all the money he had been handed, Keigo wouldn't mind too much. This was probably the last time for a long time that the two would be able to talk like this for a long while, something that they both were well aware of. Keigo just hoped that they had covered everything they needed to, and cleared up as much as needed. Now, Keigo had to make sure to get the commission off of Izuku's trail, and get into the know with just what leads they may have. As Keigo prepared to get up and leave, he asked, "Why didn't you just go bleed out in the bathroom? That way you could let it all fall into the tub?" Izuku's eyes widened, before slowly turning to look at Keigo. He thought about it for a second, trying to think of something to justify the pants he ruined, and then said, "I hadn't been to the bathroom yet, so I had no clue how dirty it was. Not to mention, I was sick and could barely stand, so no crawling across the apartment." Keigo chuckled and then finally left. Izuku really hadn't expected Keigo to get to him so quickly the moment he had taken the feather out of the notebook and made his way out of the apartment. It hadn't been quick, but it was still much faster than Izuku had expected, within the hour. It had been difficult to find a clothing shop nearby that kept things as cheap as Izuku had hoped, but he had eventually managed to find something before he went to go get food, willing to spare enough money for a second outfit as well. He hadn't been sure how long he was going to have to survive off of that small amount, after all. But now he had seen Keigo. Things would definitely go better from here on out, especially if Keigo could keep to his promise. If he couldn't, well, Izuku wouldn't entirely blame him. Running away had been Izuku's impulsive choice, and he didn't want to force Keigo into his reckless choices. He was grateful for the help, hoped it could continue, but he wouldn't blame Keigo if it were to have to take a sudden stop. With nobody else out in the main part of the restaurant yet, and Izuku's lunch completely eaten, Izuku quickly pulled the envelope out of his pocket, looking to see what all Keigo had given him. He had already been able to tell that it was rather thick, but opening it was a whole new matter. As he looked through it all, his jaw dropped as he processed just how much money he had been given. Every store he had stopped to see seemed cheap with how much he had been handed, especially if this was going to be a weekly thing. God, now he hoped Keigo would never stop with the money. Because if he got too used to this much money, he wasn't sure how he would go back. No, he just had to be careful with it. Continue to buy things carefully, as if he doesn't have much. But for the sake of the apartment, he really may need to splurge with it, make sure he already has things prepared for a while. He could check some things with it, make sure he could spend less money than he was anticipating. Then again, he had no clue just how much he'd need in case there was no way to get electricity in the building again. Despite being cooped up in the commission building for so long, it didn't take a genius to figure out that electricity wasn't cheap to come around. Not to mention it would be difficult enough to get someone to help him bring power to one building out of an entire abandoned street. Izuku was really dreading the idea of possibly figuring out why a whole street was abandoned. Hopefully just the lack of activity, and then building owners selling it in hopes of going somewhere they could benefit better. Or something along those lines. Whatever meant that it wasn't too much of a hazard. Whoever the movers were for that street, they didn't do the best job, and that's what Izuku was going to stick with to ignore the train of thought that everyone was probably leaving in a hurry, and didn't really care that they had lost some furniture at that point. The apartment isn't creepy, the apartment isn't creepy, the apartment. Izuku shook his head, and then quickly stuffed the envelope back into his pocket once more, before quickly making his way back to the apartments. Before he started to worry too much about power and how he would work around the lack of it for food's sake, he had to at least make sure there was a way to turn it back on. Once Izuku got back to the building, he hadn't been roaming around the building for long when he found the breaker for it, testing flipping the switches before slipping into the closest apartment on the first floor. Much to his relief, it had worked. That was one major thing off of his list of worries. Now he just had to find ways to make sure nobody would notice. If the whole street was essentially abandoned, then it shouldn't be too much of an issue when it came to keeping it hidden. The biggest obstacle would be the underground heroes, who may know that the street isn't used, and would get suspicious of one of the buildings suddenly having power, and someone clearly taking up residence in an apartment. With that issue settled, he quickly worked his way back up to the apartment he had chosen, making sure that everything he hoped would work was working. Sure enough, things were finally taking a turn for the better, especially with the fridge working. Now the list of things he could take back to make sure he could prepare food had significantly increased, and he could already look forward to making sure he spent less, as he wouldn't be going out to eat every night for some warm food. When it finally came to going shopping, he knew he had to go much further for this shopping trip. Not only was he going out for food, but he needed to get cleaners, the tools to actually clean, and hopefully a good wagon, because he already expected to grab a lot, seeing as he was starting with nothing. And he had already stolen once, and didn't want to steal again for a while, which would include shopping carts from wherever he may go. A wagon would be a need to get things everywhere he needed to get them, and with ease. He wasn't going to steal a shopping cart, and that was official. He wouldn't want to add that to the small list of things that could get him locked up if the commission was upset enough at him. It had taken a while, but soon enough, Izuku had stumbled across a big general store. It had taken him a while to find a wagon, as those definitely weren't something bought as much. But once he did, he took to looking for other things, going for heavier objects first. By the time he was done in the store, he had the wagon, a large package with multiple bottles of water, cleaners, other small necessities, a bunch of food that would last a while, and even some more clothes. If he was going to be able to successfully go into hiding, he had to at least make sure he had different things to wear, that way he wouldn't be too repetitive. Izuku also didn't want to stink, or wear the same thing over and over. Before he went to go and pay for everything, he went down another aisle, and then started collecting blankets and pillows. This would definitely put a dent in all of the money Keigo had given him, but considering that Izuku was starting this with nothing, he thought he was doing a pretty good job. Though, he would have to be careful when he went back to the apartment, and when it came to carrying everything up. The wagon wasn't exactly big, and Izuku was sure things could topple out if he wasn't careful. The stacked blankets and pillows were definitely a risk. He would just take them out of their packaging, and then wrap them around everything, with the heavier items holding them down. He would still need to be careful, but now quite as much. Once he figured he had enough to start off with, he made his way to get all of the items, and started his way back to the apartment. Every time he had to cross the road, he would warily watch the wagon as he stepped off of sidewalks, and especially watch for any cars. He was used to it just being him speeding across the street, but he definitely didn't want to risk the wagon that trailed behind him. As he got back to the apartment, he stared at the stairs for a good long minute, before trying to rearrange everything in the wagon, and making sure everything was securely carried by the blankets, before he made his way up the stairs. It was a very slow process, but he didn't expect this to be something normal. Hopefully even just a one-time thing, with all of his future trips just being to nearby stores, and just for the small things. As he got into the apartment, there were some things that he immediately pulled out and got to work with, including putting locks on things, and trying to make himself a key, that way the front door could be locked. That had taken some time in itself, but once it was done and he had figured it out, prepared to do it again in case his makeshift key failed, he was rather satisfied with his work. Then it came to cleaning the fridge, that way he would be sure that his food would still be good once it was put in there. He wanted to already have the food placed in there, knowing it had already been out of the cold longer than it probably should have, but the locks were something he had wanted to figure out quickly. And cleaning was important too. Getting sick wasn't any fun. As one paper towel after the next got dirty, he threw them into one of the many trash bags he had bought. When the fridge was done, and all of the refrigerated items were put away, he got to quick work on everything else. It wasn't as dirty as it could have been, and there weren't any bugs, much to his surprise as far as he could tell. In fact, it mainly seemed to be dirty due to abandonment. Izuku would eventually look into the street and figure out why the whole thing was empty. But that was a much later issue, when he could actually get his hands on a computer. After about an hour, with all of his food put away, it came to sweeping and mopping everything. He hadn't often had to do chores, as most of his time in the commission was spent with training. But when he was little, he had loved to try to help his mother, and stuck close to her whenever he was home. While he wasn't always helping, since he had been 4 and under, he had always watched, looking between his mother and whatever else he was doing. So it wasn't like he didn't have some kind of idea what he was doing. Some things had taken longer than others, but by the time the sun had gone down, he was finally as done as he hoped to be. There were some things he had wished he had gotten, but so far, he was feeling much better about the apartment. It wasn't too deep of a cleaning, but it had been enough that he felt comfortable just sitting on the floor as he went through all of the clothes. There had been just enough to get him through the week, as well as a couple of pairs of pajamas. Though, the outfit that was the most important to him right now was the tiny things he had started to collect for a vigilante outfit. Things that could make hiding himself easier, as well as safer when it came down to fighting and jumping from place to place. He didn't really have any of his preferred weapons from his training, but the knife he had for now, and all of the more physical combat training he had, would come in handy. Izuku knew he had managed to keep himself busy tonight, but it wasn't like this was something he could consistently keep up with. There was only so much cleaning he could do before the apartment was beyond clean. After all, it wasn't like there was much of a mess he would be making as one person with a huge lack of many personal belongings. He had forgotten hangers while he was out, so he just settled with leaving them neatly folded up in the wagon, which he had stuffed into the closet that he had been very carefully cleaning after the blood incident. The bathroom was gross earlier, and he probably would have been a little stingy, even as exhausted as he was, if he had chosen to die in there. But Keigo had had a point when he had mentioned that Izuku could have chosen a better place to die, as to make less of a mess. But if Izuku woke up with all of the dirt from that floor on his hands, after crawling through as much of the apartment as he would have had to a couple days ago, he would have just perished all over again. Eventually, when all of his clothes were put away and he had set up a little bed for himself with all of the blankets and pillows, he turned to the last of the things he had bought. A small safe, just big enough for his notebook to be slid into vertically. And with his notebook, he placed the envelope full of the money Keigo had given him in as well. It was still full of about half of the money, as Izuku had tried to find most things as cheap as he could, but it was enough money spent in one day that Izuku was hoping he wouldn't have to do it again for a while. What if there was something scarily expensive that he needed one day? Something to fix up the apartment, or get him out of something? He would really need to be careful with the money. The mere thought of it made Izuku sigh as he closed the safe. Izuku almost would have gone to bed if it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted to do something. He had spent days on the closet floor, after all, dead. He didn't remember them, as the days he missed were basically non-existent to him, but knew that he definitely wanted to find ways to make up for the lost time. Besides, it would be a good start to testing out the vigilantism thing, and how safe he could stay doing it. Though, first he had to get himself some dinner, that could just be some cereal. He really didn't feel like putting much else together at the moment, after all of the other work he had been putting into things throughout the day. He really hadn't planned on staying out for too long. Maybe just an hour. The time would say otherwise. It was nearly 2 in the morning, and Izuku still felt like he could keep going with this. In fact, it had been the most exciting part of his day, had been making him feel so much better. It was something that he could put all those years of training into, a way for him to not completely abandon. Yes, it was the more illegal version of his childhood dream, but he was avoiding dying while doing it. Not to mention, he had been fighting against people who had been trained for so long, able to become his mentors. Now, he was actually feeling good with his progress as he beat one villain after the next. The thrill of winning over and over, instead of just winning once or twice before the next trainer came in, ready to provide a more difficult challenge, kept Izuku from wanting to stop. Taking down villains was exciting, and had reminded him just why he had fought so hard to be able to be a hero. Izuku kept to the lower buildings as he leapt from one rooftop to the next. He wasn't keen to take too many more risks today, and he wasn't about to play with his life with this yet, out of the worry that his first night leaping from one roof to the next would end with him splatting onto the ground. If there were underground heroes nearby, Izuku had either been doing a good job avoiding them, or they were just great at hiding. Of course, Izuku knew it wasn't as common of a path to take in heroics, so running into them while constantly moving around would be rare enough. It was another couple of minutes of running around that he heard some more commotion, but nothing too big. Just people aggressively making an attempt to whisper to each other, clearly hoping to not draw much attention. That, of course, made Izuku nosy. He laid down on the rooftop he was on, barely looking over the edge as he looked into the alleyway that the two were bickering in. "I told you to have the money tonight," one of them whispered, shoving the other against the wall of the building. "And I told you that there was a family emergency," the other person whispered back in a panic. "You think those drags come cheap?" Angry hissed. "Believe it or not, I don't get rich because I have to buy them to get them to you. And you think this can keep going if you keep going on without paying me?" "And no," Panicky replied, holding their hands up in defense. Panicky clearly was in trouble, but were they both criminals at this point, if what Izuku had heard was true? Of course, he felt bad if the family matters were true, but why get invested in whatever drag it was if he was willing to drop just about everything to look after them? Something more personal, Izuku supposed. Maybe he could just leave Panicky alone? Would some kind of quick talk work after taking down Angry? If the personal dealing the drags was out of the picture, maybe it would find some kind of way to work Panicky out of going for the drags? Izuku didn't even know what kind of drag they were talking about. It could be Trigger for all he knew. He specifically remembered one of his teachers at the commission mentioning how they were getting more and more popular as people looked for more power faster, and that even heroes were falling for it at times. With heroes in the public eye, they were quickly caught in the end, and their licenses were always either revoked or suspended, mainly depending on the hero's popularity and the amount they had and used. It was as Angry raised a fist, thick needles sliding out of his knuckles as he threatened Panicky, that Izuku knew he finally needed to step in. He quickly moved his hands to hold onto the edge of the building, quickly raising himself into a handstand before he let himself fall off of the edge. He wasn't going to lie and say he wasn't trying to have some fun with this, even if the more important thing of the night was to deal with criminals and villains. As he fell, his feet eventually planted onto the villain's shoulders, so he shifted his weight just enough that Angry fell back in their initial shock, the breath being knocked out of them as they hit the ground. Izuku adjusted the cap on his head a bit, making sure it was still securely on, hiding his hair as best as he could manage to make it. Panicky let out a yelp, backing themselves into the wall. With a sigh, Izuku knocked Angry out before they could get up, and then turned to Panicky as he said, "There, he's dealt with. Pee-pee please. Please leave me alone," Panicky pleaded. Oh, wait, Izuku could have fun with this too. If he was currently frightening Panicky and all. "I will," Izuku replied, smiling underneath the mask he wore. "As long as I don't see you doing anything like this again. Though if you could do me a favor and call this guy into the heroes, everything will go okay." Of course, Panicky replied, panic. They scrambled for their phone, dialing in the necessary numbers. Izuku took this as his cue to run off, as he had been trying to avoid any situation like the second night he had been outside of the commission from happening again. Panicky could come up with their own excuse. And it was with that he decided to be done for the night, to go home and get some rest. He messed with the makeshift key in his jacket pocket, pulling it out the moment he reached the apartments. Once he got in, he locked the door, and made his way to what he had established as his bedroom. With his pajamas already set out, he took to tossing the hoodie in the corner, as well as the cap that he had been using to hide his hair, the mask for his face, the fingerless gloves so he could protect his palms on slightly rougher landings while still doing most other things with the ease that most gloves he saw wouldn't provide, and the knee pads to protect his rough landings as well. He would definitely find some place he could shower at in the morning, and maybe use a bit more money for laundry, so that his pajamas wouldn't stink after changing into them right after a night of running around. But for now, he could call it a night and finally get some sleep. Much more comfortable sleep, mind you. The day had definitely been worth it this time.